Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez-Jalekia. Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Paul Gautier.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of the board present, I declare our March 23rd meeting, March 9th, let me get the right one, March 9th meeting to order. Oh my goodness, I'm glad we're getting the right meeting here. We will go ahead and proceed down our agenda. Before we stand for our Pledge of Allegiance, I would like to introduce Cadet Andrew Autry. Cadet can come forward. Thank you so much. Cadet Andrew Autry of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead us this evening in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texan Pledge. We'd also like to say a thank you to his mom, Brandy Autry, for bringing him this way. Cadet Autry is now an 8th grader here at Henry Middle School and an active member of the Lone Star Company Varsity Rifle Drill Team. Cadet Autry takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt a Road cleanups. Despite being a young cadet, Andrew has taken it upon himself to train fellow students in rifle movements in preparation for advancement exams. His commitment to service, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary conduct earned him the designation as Cadet of the Month for January 2023. Cadet Autry's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Well done, Cadet Autry.
Please stand and join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, board members, we are now to our next favorite part of the evening. We get our student to lead and start off our meeting with a pledge, and then we hear next a spotlight on learning. Our students are going to come talk to us this evening from Westside Elementary School. Can we all please give them a round of applause?
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. My name is Amanda Lillard, and I have the honor of leading Westside Elementary as their principal. At Westside, it is our vision to lead, grow, inspire. Each day, as we empower students to live our vision at school and in their community. As a Leader in Me Lighthouse School, we believe in the paradigm of potential. Everyone has genius. We believe it is our responsibility to allow our students to explore their gifts and their talents at school. Today, this evening, we have brought some students to share some of their talents that they explore at Westside with you through enrichment opportunities at Westside. So we're just going to take a quick scan, and they're going to introduce themselves and their grade.
My name is Riley Reed, and I'm in 5th grade. My name is Anjali and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Kai Hatter and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Grant Morlock and I am in 5th grade.
My name is Lily Montgomery and I'm in 4th grade.
My name is Samuel Aldrete and I am in 3rd grade.
My name is Charlotte Tadeusz. I am in 3rd grade.
My name is Elijah Botts and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Clifton Hopper and I'm in 3rd grade. My name is Taylor Buick and I'm in 3rd grade.
My name is Tegan Hopper and I'm in 5th grade.
My name is Abba Kaplan and I'm in 5th grade. My name is Chandler Thomas and I'm in 3rd grade.
Let's give them a round of applause. We are so excited to hear from our Rockets tonight in different ways that they lead, grow, and inspire. So first we have the Student Lighthouse Council. How does the Student Lighthouse Council help you lead?
I think the Student Lighthouse Council helps Westside lead because we help plan our spirit nights, such as our Valentine Week. And we help open car doors and greet kids in the morning with posters like these.
We include the entire school in kindness projects, like the paper chain we made that has kind notes written all over it. We also help lead by helping to plan No Place for Hate lessons.
Okay, up next we have our Rocket Review, which is our newspaper. How does the Rocket Review allow you to lead, grow, and inspire others?
The Rocket Review helps me lead as a student by allowing me to learn the different positions as a newspaper editor and writer, like writing the articles and editing articles that fellow students put in. And I can grow by learning those different positions and help improve my writing and reading skills. And I can inspire others to do the same thing, and hopefully the Rocket Review will be passed on to future students, like 4th and 3rd grade.
In 3rd grade, I wrote my own newspaper and gave it to Miss Lillard. She was very impressed and the Rocket Review was born. I inspire others with my initiative and creativity. I lead by serving in different roles in the newspaper, like being a writer, editor, interviewer, and graphic artist. These positions allow me to grow by developing my writing and grammar skills.
Whenever Find Your Voice choir sings, it's all just beautiful harmony flying through the air, and it inspires others because then they'll want to sing because they heard beautiful harmony during a Find Your Voice choir.
He's our representative for our special choir. Okay, up next is our Enrichment Lab Wednesdays. Perfect. Okay, so Enrichment Lab Wednesdays is something we started this year. So how does Enrichment Lab Wednesday help you grow in your individual gifts and talents? We'll start with you, Abbott. This is Running Club.
It helps you run as many laps as you would like to and lets you set goals. This year, I'm trying to go for 65 miles. Right now, I have 51.25. The health benefits of kids running are tremendous. Running can help kids have stronger muscles and bones. Kids will face less risk of becoming overweight or developing type 2 diabetes. It can lower blood pressures and help regulate good blood cholesterol levels. And parents love that active kids can sleep better. This helps kids be more prepared and better equipped to handle emotional and physical challenges they may face. Kids can establish a lifelong exercise habit. Starting an exercise habit early in life will have incredible mental and physical health benefits for them now and hopefully in the future.
Great job.
I believe that art is about using your creativity and imagination. By drawing, I think it's best to find your personality and find your true personal self. I used art by making a beautiful bracelet out of beads and whatever pipe cleaner. I also drew this unicorn in Miss Zepko's art canvas art thing.
I'm in the music and theater art elective or enrichment lab. These are some mallets that we used to play our mellophones and our glockenspiels, and we learned to play music and beats. And for theater, we sometimes we do like commercials, and we get given a random object, and we have to make a commercial out of it.
I think that enrichment helps me grow because I can learn how to be creative with things that I have and like use them so that they can be useful.
I think enrichment lab STEM can help you a lot because whenever you're doing like math or like anything sort of like that, you can just like switch your brain to doing multiplication and then start like writing it all down and stuff. But in like STEM, it's an instant challenge and you can't just switch your brain to build a tower with a marshmallow on top with 20 noodles and string and tape. You have to like plan, think, fail, and redesign. And with like math, there's either a right or wrong answer. But when you're building something, there's really no right or wrong answer. It's all just different designs, and this lets you train your brain to think and work differently. Yeah.
I love 3D design, I think, because you take random shapes and make them into a creation like this. And yeah.
You want to tell them what it is?
It's a cat.
It's a cat. Perfect.
Okay, so we have a special question for our 5th graders since you guys are leaving us. What do you love about being a student at Westside? And anybody can answer.
What I love about being a student at Westside is because you get to be around all your friends and all of the close ones that you have in your life. And you get to make new ones as you move into higher grades like middle school and high school. And Westside really allows me to express my feelings and and let me have opportunities to do things I really couldn't do in like preschool or something.
I love how much free choice we get and how kind and helpful our teachers and staff are.
We have lots of 5th graders.
What I like about Westside and being a 5th grader is that they have a lot of leadership opportunities. Like I'm a tour guide, and I also do transportation pouches, and I've done a lot of those things over the years, so I think it's kind of cool that there's a lot of leadership opportunities and a lot of student involvement.
A fun little thing about Westside is we got to do this fun activity, both of them today. One of them is where last Wednesday we were trying to do like learning about inferencing and other things like that and making guesses and stuff. And what it was all like about is our teacher set up like do not cross tape everywhere and like put objects all around the room, and it was where our principal was missing. And we had 6 suspects to choose from, and we all got like a story about them and what they were doing at 5:30 when she was last seen. But as you can tell, we found her. So she's safe now. And another thing I got to do in math is we just took boxes, wrapped them all up, and we got to build like our own zoo animal and research all about them. And we had to find the volume of our animal in centimeters. And I made a gorilla with some other friends like Grant. And it ended up being 44,052 cubic centimeters in total. And it was a lot of fun just building it and hot gluing and putting it all together.
I like how we can choose what to do. Like on research projects, there's like an outline of what we can do, but then we can choose like who we can research or what jobs or whatever we want. And it's nice to have choices like jobs throughout the school. I do the attendance every morning and tell the teachers to post their attendance.
Okay, that's Westside Elementary.
Board members, if I could get you and Dr. Garion to go stand in the back, we'll get a picture with our students here before they leave. And while we're doing this, can we get one more round of applause? Could my parents and siblings just stand up in the back so we can applaud for everybody? I want to applaud all of our families who are here, supporters. Thank y'all so much. It takes a community. Thank you. All right, board members, well, when we talk about our strategic plan of empowered student learning, definitely on display there. We're going to go on and do some more recognitions. If we want to go ahead and move to that next agenda item, we will have our video on recognitions for some other spotlights in our community.
My name is Kaveri from Styles Middle School.
And I'm Alina. With pride and excitement, Leander ISD is celebrating success at the highest levels of competition.
On the mat, in the pool, and even at the Capitol, students and staff are strutting their stuff.
Let's start off with a big finish. Vandergrift High School's wrestling coach, Paul Muck, received some well-deserved recognition. The Texas High School Wrestling Coaching Association inducted Coach Muck into its Hall of Honor. With 23 years of coaching experience in Texas, Coach Muck was named Regional Coach of the Year 7 times and State Coach of the Year in 2021. Congratulations, Coach.
Let's get down to business with Leander ISD's purchasing office. This year, the Texas Association of School Business Officials presented an award of merit to the district's purchasing team. This award recognizes districts that show a commitment to following professional standards in the acquisition of goods and services. Way to go!
On to state. Let's celebrate #1 LISD wrestlers who withstood daunting brackets and found a way to the podium of the UIL State Wrestling Tournament. Congratulations to Vandergrift High School's Zachary Hampton, who placed third, and Rex Jacobs as a medalist. Cedar Park High School's Kane Sistrunk and Leander High School's Larson Patet also both medaled in their respective weight classes.
A fantastic finish in UIL swimming and diving. Vista Ridge High School's Paula Warren won the gold in the girls' 100-yard backstroke, and Trinity Huang placed second in the girls' 50-yard freestyle. Danny Bishop from Vandergrift took silver in the boys' 200-yard freestyle, and the Vipers boys team placed third in 200-yard medley relay. Cedar Park High School's Ella Monjanel won the gold in the girls' 50-yard freestyle and took second place in the girls' 100-yard freestyle. Michaela Coates took the gold in girls' 100-yard breaststroke and third place in the girls' 200-yard individual medley. Plus, in the girls' 200-yard medley relay, the CPHS girls team won the gold. The CPHS girls team also won the overall gold medal. CPHS diver Pierce Brook won the gold in the boys' 1-yard diving event, and Rouse's Ella McQuinn took third place in the girls' 100-yard freestyle. Watch out for that wave of winning.
Last month, the Leander Lasers racked up powerlifting medals during the Special Olympics Winter Games state competition. Grabbing the gold, congratulations to Braden Arp, Joey Brick, Logan Weiss in the 19 to 23 age group. Jonah Meehan won both a gold and silver, and Scott Philpott won fourth in the 16-18 age group. Carver McDonald won silver, Sam Jones won fourth, and Luke Martins won fifth.
This week, we're celebrating Texas Educational Diagnosticians Week. We are also appreciative of LISD's diagnosticians who play an integral role in the development of best practices, which guide policies of the campus and district level.
Happy Educational Diagnostician Appreciation Week. We are fortunate to have you serving our students in Leander ISD. Because of your work, our students are able to receive the needed services and support to help them be successful in their learning environment. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and celebrate big this week.
We appreciate their dedication to students, families, and district.
Leander ISD's School and Community Relations Department brought back some hardware from the 2023 Texas School Public Relations Association State Conference. The SCR team tallied 2 Crystal Recommendation certifications of merit, 8 gold stars, 10 silver stars, and 2 bronze stars, recognizing the excellent work they do to tell our district story.
It's Celebrate Texas Public Schools Week, and what better chance to celebrate our public schools than with a PTA Rally Day. 51 #OneLISD students had the chance to meet with lawmakers and show their support for public education. Students asked questions about proposed legislation and learned what it takes to play a greater role in civic responsibility.
So much to be proud of, what's happening right here in our district. Congratulations to these amazing students and staff and the supportive families and communities who help make Leander ISD the best place to be.
I absolutely adore our students leading our recognition. That was an amazing video put together. Thank you all so much. We also have, since we have our purchasing department here, they stood. Can we have them stand? They're here in the audience. Let's have them stand one more time so we can give them a round of applause. The board is very grateful. Thank you so much. Your work translates directly to our students in the classroom because of your fiduciary responsibility. It makes a difference to our students. So thank you so much. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item, communication and announcements, and we will go to board member remarks.
Okay, I'll go first. So Anna and Paul and Francesca and myself were able to get down to Galveston for governance camp. So we have lots of learning to share with y'all. I've got good notes and all that stuff in a Google Drive, so we'll share all of that stuff out. Really great presentations by TASB, as well as the second day was our students, or not our students, but students from all over Texas. Really great presentation. I attended one, we attended one together about autism that was just fantastic by an 8th grader who was just wonderful. And her parents and her principal were kind enough to share her presentation with me, so I'll make sure that it gets uploaded into the drive as well. Today, a while back, I got to visit Glenn and see what was going on over there, which is pretty amazing. But they had a gift for me it is a charcuterie board that is actually made out of the wood from the gym floor at LHS that got damaged. So the wood shop was able to put this together, and it's got some really cool color in the burn marks, and then they laser printed, and it says made by GHS students from the LHS gym floor. And as you can see, it's the boards from the floor. So it's really neat. They're repurposing a lot of that wood. There's a whole lot of projects that they've done. Really, really impressive. The last thing I wanted to share was Sunday night. Myself and a whole lot of other folks were online watching the Heller Awards nominations for our theater students. LISD racked up quite a few nominations, so we're really, really excited for all those theater kiddos. Can't wait to celebrate with you at the Heller Awards at the Long Center.
I had the privilege of attending PTA Rally Day on February 27th. Seems forever ago. It was awesome, y'all. Y'all know I love PTA, but what I loved most about it was I loved seeing Dr. Gearing in there and interacting with our students, and our students asking him questions. But most importantly, our students are asking some really, really tough questions to our lawmakers. One in particular had to do with vouchers. And this particular student was not they wanted that answer. They wanted to fully understand the positions of our elected officials and their stance on vouchers. And if they didn't like their answer, they kept going. We put those lawmakers in a spotlight, but it was great. It was great conversations. I was happy we had pretty much almost all of our representatives there, and they were able to really interact with our students. And we also had teachers there, and we had 2 principals there. So it was really nice to see our community really come out and, really advocate for public education. I also attended governance camp, and we'll talk about that later in the agenda, all the amazing things we learned there. I had the privilege of testifying at the Capitol yesterday on behalf of TASB for Senate Bill 891. Just a little background, what that would excuse up to 5 mental health service days for our students. It was a little nerve-wracking as my first testimony this session, but it went well, so we'll see what happens there. I also I'm part of the LHS Master Plan Committee. For those that don't know, there's a committee put together with LHS community members, parents, students, teachers, and some administration, and it's really to get an idea of what the future of LHS's facility looks like. And so I haven't been part of a process like this, but what I loved about it is we had it broken down from CTE, your classroom special education experience or fine arts experience, and everybody had a chance to put their input as to what they want to see LHS going to be, but also preserve the history of what LHS is, which is our first high school. And lastly, I also, we had a long-range planning committee Tuesday night, that followed the Monday session over at Vandergrift. And I can tell y'all that the committee, I feel like we're going in a good direction now. I'm excited to see the work that the committee is going to do, but most importantly, we have principals now on this committee and other administrators on this committee. So I'm hopeful for the direction and the conversations that will come out of this committee.
I had the opportunity the Friday after our last board meeting to go out to Vandergrift High School. Their student council was hosting a mental health time in their pit time. That's like their advisory time, so the kids can go to different classrooms and talk about things. And their student council has put together this amazing group, and there's the teacher sponsors and counselors go to these groups and they talk about what do the kids need and where are they at and what are they not getting from us. And they shared so many amazing things with me at that meeting. I stayed after for a few minutes and got to talk with them, and the work that they're doing is really, really incredible. I'm actually going tomorrow to talk with Steve Clark about that, just to relay all of their thoughts and their ideas to him. I was lucky enough this week to go do coffee with a principal at Baghdad. We did some classroom visits, and I got to sit and talk with the PTA leaders and some parents and answer some questions from them and just go visit with the teachers and see what they've been up to. And lastly, I've been visiting with a lot of the admin, I've been asking questions and just learning what's going on, and I really appreciate everybody taking the time. I said the ladies at the front desk are probably going to be real tired of me. They've seen me a lot this week. But thank you to the admin that I've been meeting with, because it's really been so helpful for me as a new board member just to get in and really learn how y'all are doing things and what exactly you're doing for all of our students in the district. So it's been really, really great.
I visited Westside Elementary on their Enrichment Wednesday. It's one Wednesday, or any Wednesday that has a full, where school meets for the full 5-day week. And so it was quite interesting. It came out of, it was basically empowering our teachers. It was an idea from the teachers. And they put it together, they designed it, and so they work in 2 45-minute blocks where the kids rotate among different areas in the school, and that gives the teachers some time, extra planning time as well.
I too went to the TASB governance camp last week, and it was a very interesting experience. First time ever being a part of a TASB big event like that over a 4-day period. And I appreciate them putting this up and everything they did for the camp. Also this week I was able to go to meet with our curriculum folks who put the curriculum together. And you know, we'll have to talk about a little bit more at length, but there was something that I found out that the curriculum folks, the people that are the experts in it, they don't have any power to ask someone to step aside to do it. And I think, you know, this isn't exactly the exact perfect time, but at some point I would like to make a resolution that we bring that up because they're the experts in the field. And I was just surprised that as experts as they are, they didn't have the ability to pull people aside. I had talked about, it was Sade was there with me, and there were 600 new teachers this year, and there was only 23 of them. So there's a lot for them to go through and a lot of people to get up to speed. It would be great, I think, that we would look at that in the long term for those people to just feel more empowered throughout the district if and when their problems arise.
Absolutely, and there might be an agenda item that comes up now or in the next few meetings that maybe we can expand or figure out kind of what area it is to do another follow-up agenda item. But I'm so glad that y'all have all been out on the campuses and seeing things. It's amazing. Y'all covered pretty much all the items I will add just a few pieces on the PTA. If you teach your kiddos to be critical thinkers and empowered and leaders, not only will they use those sharp skills with those legislators, I'm telling you, as they walked out of the room, they had a few questions for me, and they were very good advocators. So I was super impressed with them. Board, watch out. I mean, we are seeing our kiddos just taking off. It was amazing to be a part of that experience. The CTSBA, Central Texas School Board Association, got together. We had trustees from across Central Texas. We had a district as small as 800 students in it, all the way to a district as large as 70,000 students, and all those sizes in between. So how powerful, I cannot explain it enough, to be able to go into the House Education Committee and to the Senate Education Committee and talk to the staff with all these school districts represented from Central Texas, all talking about how do we take care of our teachers and teachers workforce, how are we going to take care of our students, and really when we're talking about changes to funding structures, how does that really translate down into the classroom? It was empowering, amazing. It was so much fun to be a part of that, and I look forward to see continued advocacy and work. And when we talk about some of our learnings, I'm sure there'll be pieces of it that keep coming out as we keep having discussions. So thank you all so much for your patience too. And we will now move to our next agenda item. Board members, you'll notice that we have timelines, the rough estimated timelines. I'll say this again. These are just based on the thoughts of how long. You need to take as long as you need to take on an agenda item. That's just up to y'all to see like, oh, well, if we took the amount of time, then this is where we thought the meeting would end. If we're taking double the time, then the meeting will end twice as late. But that's okay. We need to take the time we need to take. Moving on to our citizens' comments, we have a student who's going to be introducing for us our citizen comments. So if we'll go ahead and roll the footage.
Hello, my name is Kaveri and I'm a 7th grader at Stiles Middle School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in the Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read community guidelines specified in board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you're choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email, come to a board cafe, or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, and as usual, our students will be our first speakers before we move on to our adults. So speaker number 1.
I've learned that Leander ISD plans to make changes to our Steiner schools that would close one of our elementary schools and convert it into an admin building, shifting the students into 2 remaining schools. Doing so would increase the remaining schools' student counts and negatively impact the students' education. That concerns me as a student, mentor, and older brother. Did you know the 2021 U.S. Census data shows that we have 1,425 children in the Steiner area, ages 0 through 5, and what about the new apartments being built on 2222 that will house around 1,700 units? How will you accommodate all of them if a school closes? I'm concerned for students with learning disabilities or kids like my little brother with special needs. How will they do when classes are filled to the brink? Will they get the attention they need? I'm concerned that you are making a permanent decision about a situation that needs further investigation and flexibility for the long-term success of our 4 Points area students. You may wonder how a middle schooler is aware of these issues. Believe it or not, we teens listen even when our eyes are glued to a screen. If you met my mother, you'd know that when she's fired up about something, it's hard not to listen. That's code for she's really loud. Well, funny, it's helped me listen and ask questions to learn more, because listening and learning are what we students are supposed to do every day. And after learning this, I'm concerned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2. Awesome job.
Thank you, school board members, Dr. Gearing, LISD teachers and staff, and the police officers who are here to protect us. Today, I'd like to talk about Women's History Month in relation to the books available for students. Over the past 2 years, there have been many complaints about books, as if reading is a threat to kids. Women's History Month provides a good opportunity to think about this differently. Reading opens up new worlds and new possibilities. Books about women's history can help students to see their own worth or to see the worth of others. During the last school board meeting, one person commented that there was supposedly a lack of merit merit in board meetings and in schools. Really though, the job of schools is to help students see their own merit and recognize the merit when it is achieved, no matter who achieves it. All across this district, girls are earning their recognition. It's a good thing when this district can see them for who they are. It is an even better thing when girls and boys can learn all the achievements that they and the people like them are capable of. Whether fiction or nonfiction, books that tell the stories of women help them to see their own worth, to strive, and to make the world better. Understanding the challenges women have overcome can help girls grow into women who can also persevere and achieve great things. Thank you very much.
Excellent job. Thank you so much. Speaker number 2. All right, speaker number 3.
At the last meeting 2 weeks ago, I sat here as a brave young lady came and let you guys know about some really horrific things that were going on at Glenn High School. And as I sat and listened, I thought, that's really just common sense. What she's describing is an atmosphere that's the natural result of what you guys are creating. We've been complaining for 3 years about pornographic material in school. You have a student come up and make a video that says, be careful what you say at the meeting because there might be sensitive ears here. That's our point exactly. The students are our kids. You are creating an environment that promotes what we saw last week. Everybody around the country saw it. I moved here 16 years ago from Dallas. People in DISD are saying, what's going on in Leander ISD? You are creating the environment. The very next day, everybody watched a 16-year-old get beat down at Glenn High School. You are creating that environment. The country's waking up. We know that most of you were not legally elected. Justice is coming. You will be held accountable.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Hi, my name is Whitney Coons, and my daughter Clara is over there. She's 3, and she hopes to attend an elementary school in Steiner Ranch in 2 years. Our family moved to Steiner Ranch from Central Austin in 2020 for the schools. In fact, all 3 elementary schools are in the top 2.5% in Texas. We purchased the home from a family leaving Steiner after their children finished high school. This is the typical pattern we see in Steiner Ranch, this regeneration of older families with new families, younger families with children moving in. The U.S. Census data for our zip code shows the same trend. Starting in 2019, there has been an increase in children between 0 to 5 and a decrease in adults 55 plus. This is relevant because LISD plans to close Clara's school and a middle school based on the PASA data that doesn't include this regeneration. This is a critical miss for a mostly landlocked community and is also missing new builds for the areas that are available. PASA has historically been very off on their neighborhood demographics in our area in particular, in some cases over 50%. That's because our area does not have the same movement trends that other parts of LISD have. Closing a school in our neighborhood will overcrowd our other schools. My ask to the board is to approve the legal resolution that our community has submitted so that we can vote yes to the bond. Because I want every child in LSD, including Clara, to have the best education possible. This resolution would allow for COVID settling and the regeneration numbers to increase in the neighborhood before turning their school into something our community can't utilize for $37 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4. Speaker number 5.
On behalf of the 4 Points community, I thank you for hosting the Vandergrift Community Forum on March 6th. During the forum, Dr. Gehring stated that the district isn't obligated to fulfill specific bond line items outlined in the quote-unquote social contract. While the 4 Points community wants to work with the district to find solutions, we believe that the board needs to take official action to address our concerns. To this end, we propose that the board adopt the resolution we have provided in order to establish a commitment to the Southern community regarding the social contract elementary school repurposing line item. This resolution would ensure that if Proposition A is approved on May 6th, that no bonds for the repurposing of a Southern school will be sold until certain actions have been taken, including the formation of a specific committee to study the utilization of Southern schools. Eanes ISD took a similar approach when proposing a bond with a contentious line item in 2019. The Eanes School Board passed a resolution about a proposed aquatic center. Bonds for the center were not sold until certain requirements had been met. By taking official action, the board would send a message to our community that the repurposing line item will not move forward without specific further study and direct involvement from the members within our community, allowing the southern part of the district to consider supporting the entire bond package. As election is approaching, we urge prompt action to address our community's concerns and hold a special meeting as soon as possible, or at the very least approve at your next action meeting on March 23rd. We are committed to finding solutions that work for our children, families, community, and the district, and with the early voting starting on April 24th, time is of the essence. Our community is ready to move forward in either direction.
Thank you very much, Speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
An interesting conversation for Celebrate Texas Public School Week. The resolution that we've submitted for review is our best effort to find an amicable solution to the closure language in the bond. I'm sure that the administration and board members who were in attendance on Monday night can attest to the temperature of the room regarding this topic among the residents of the Vandegrift feeder pattern. We want to make it clear that this is the best compromise that we could develop at this stage in the game with the inclusion of these long-range plan objectives in the bond, as that was unfortunate and hasty. When, not if, you pass this measure, the residents of the southern portion of LISD will no longer have their collective objection to the bond, and many opinions would flip to be able to approve it in good conscience. In light of the lack of transparency around the bond, daily adjustment to the bond description, at times the removal of closure repurposed line items, and the current failure to identify the contentious $161 million, or 23% of the bond allocation that references these repurpose and closures, that's exacerbated feelings resulting in further dissolution of trust. This resolution, if accepted, will alleviate the fears and fury of the South by taking the measured and community-involved approach. It's financially responsible solution that understands near-term planning is just as valuable as long-range planning and can measurably impact long-range outcomes. Additionally, for the future, a look to neighboring ISDs can provide Leander with what an acceptable school closure process looks like, where 10 proposals per facility are offered for community comment, involvement, and participation, with each proposal's pros and cons outlined from the ISD perspective for the community to consider.
Thank you very much, Speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
As a parent of two wonderful biracial daughters, I find it kind of convenient that Women's History Month follows Black History Month. I know a few years ago, shortly before you joined as a superintendent, there was an assignment that came home assigning our daughter to write a letter as if she was a Texan, explaining the Texas decision to secede and to fight on the side of the Confederacy. And as a parent, it just kind of really struck me that a child descended from enslaved people would be asked to write such an assignment. And that was a district mandated assignment. That really struck me because it kind of shows a lack of historical understanding. And what I really appreciate about this district, the efforts that have been made recently, is to really understand historical context. You know, for Black history, you can't understand Black history without understanding the history of anti-Black racism in this country. Similarly, for women, you can't understand women's history in this country unless you understand the history of misogyny. And we've seen over the past couple years that misogyny rear its ugly head in meetings, and even by someone sitting on the board, again and again and again. But it's really good that the larger district, the teachers of this district, the counselors of this district, and everyone else understand women's history and that related history, and make sure that all girls learn that they can be the equal of any man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker number 7. Speaker number 8. Speaker number 8, okay. Speaker number 9.
Did that work? Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Marina. Some of you have already heard this, so I apologize to those of you that have, but I have a point today, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Thanks for listening. All of our communities are special, but they're also different. So thank you for this opportunity to paint a picture of what it's like specifically to live in Steiner Ranch. I'll also acknowledge that I'm speaking from a position of privilege, but at the end of the day, we're all just here doing the best we can for our kids. If you live in Steiner Ranch, you'll find that there is no post office, there is no library, there are maybe a handful of restaurants, maybe a couple of kids' activities thanks to some of our great small businesses, but most days you will find yourself driving 25 minutes to get to baseball practice, gymnastics, or to the library, or stuck in traffic for an hour if there's a single accident on your way to the HEB. No one moves to Steiner Ranch to have to drive 25 minutes to a post office or so their kid can play baseball. So why do we do it? There's only one reason compelling enough, and that is the schools. They are the #1 reason people move to Steiner, and for many, the only reason, myself included, moved in 2019. And I want to clarify that when we talk about schools, we're not saying so that our kids can have a good 6 years in elementary. We're here for the long run so that our kids can attend the best elementary, middle, and high school that we can afford for them. So why does this matter? This isn't a retirement community. This is a community that is built almost entirely around the strengths of its schools. Regeneration is critical in a community like this, and ignoring it is a huge mistake. If you close our schools, you'll find yourselves in a bind as our families of senior high school students, I'm almost done, continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you, speaker number 9. And again, y'all can also submit comments to the board in writing as well. Okay, speaker number 10. If we'll press the button.
Hi, I'm Lauren Rosemond. I don't know if everyone's introducing themselves. I've been out in the hallway. Imagine that you left a place of worship that you loved and watched friendships evaporate due to distance, a sacrifice you're willing to make in order to live in a community glued together by stellar schools. Imagine that you lived in 6 different homes across Austin while flipping houses, then gave up the game because you finally found somewhere that you never wanted to leave. Imagine that you searched for a house for a full year in 2018 and 2019 before making even one offer, then wrote a letter to the sellers of your now home proclaiming that you, your spouse, and your 2 under 2 had found your forever. Imagine that you could only be a stay-at-home mom and have a full-time job because you could drastically cut daily drive time by living so close to your kids' schools. Imagine that you convinced your husband to have a 3rd baby because you'd finally found a community that wholeheartedly supports family life. Imagine that your 3 kids were now faced with spending a minimum of an additional 1,620 hours on the road to get to and from middle school. Imagine that you recently overpaid property taxes to your local school district to the tune of $31.2 million, money that was sent to the state per the law, not back to taxpayers. Yet you're now being told that the schools your hard-earned dollar support will be ripped away from you. Imagine that your husband said, "We'll likely need to move if they close schools here," which is devastating because we love Steiner Island. Imagine that your quality of life was being threatened by unsound data and myopic thinking. Imagine that you're me and thousands of other families in Steiner Ranch. Now, together, let's reimagine the long-range plan.
All right, thank you very much. Speaker number 11. Speaker number 12. Oh, wait, thank you, speaker number 10. Speaker number 11. Do you have a speaker 11? Okay, speaker 12.
There are a lot of things I could speak about tonight, but I'm here to speak about student support, safety, and mental health after a fight at a high school. How are we supporting the victims of the fight at Glenn High School on February 24th? And yes, I said victims. This is not to minimize the actual victim in this situation, whom I know. So the attacker was sent to Leo for the rest of the school year. Thank you, but that is not enough. Just like we expect parents to talk to their students about the books they want them to read or not read, we also expect them to talk about doing the right thing when someone is getting hurt, especially someone they care about, which I have done. Now I want all of you to imagine the feeling of watching someone you care about having their head smashed into the ground over and over and over, and having to make a split-second decision whether to help them or not. I would hope that everyone in this room would do the right thing and step up and help. But what if you knew for a fact that you would get in trouble for intervening and helping? Now imagine your mental state of living with your decision of not helping because of this, even though you knew the right thing to do was to help. That is what happened to my son because his girlfriend was the victim of this fight. I understand there are policies in place for a reason. Most of the time it's to protect people, but when your policies are not protecting the very people they are put in place for, there needs to be change. The adults in this situation that were there and did nothing should have consequences too. We expect our staff to protect students if there is an active shooter on campus, but they can't even protect an 80-pound girl from getting her head beat in. #1LISD, I expect when you know better that you will do better, and that is why I'm here tonight. You now know better. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 12. Speaker number 13. Speaker 13, you, sir.
Thank you, and we're glad that it's Women's History Month and glad that people are talking about that. I know people are really upset about a lot of different things that are going on. Part of it, though, you need to remember rezoning. One of the reasons rezoning is such a big issue is the previous bonds failed. And they failed because of a lot of misinformation and disinformation was put out there. The same people that did that last time are trying to do it again. So we need to pay attention and act better this time. We need to support the bonds. We have to support our kids, and we need the school bonds in order to do that, to give them the best schools possible. No one's excusing fighting on campuses. No one is excusing overt sexual acts on campus. I trust the trustees, I trust the school staff to address those issues. But I hope that we will all come together and support the bonds. We are a fast-growing school district. Since we're growing so fast and we have so many more students, we have to build schools and facilities for those students to keep our teacher-student ratio low. And we know from studies that that's when we get our best student performance. Thank you again, and happy Women's History Month.
Thank you so much, Speaker number 13. Speaker number 14. You get to conclude us this evening, sir.
Thank you, Trish. I wanted to hark back to the previous board meeting also, talking about that courageous young woman who came to the meeting, who felt the need to come here and speak to you in person about Glen High School, which is beginning to get quite the reputation. Apparently there were boys masturbating in public, and she had to come and tell you this in person. That's incredible. That means it's happened more than once. That is actually illegal. I went ahead and looked at the education code. If you look at 37.006, you will find that you are in violation of the law, and therefore probably maybe looking at a suit if you let that continue. You must put those boys in alternative programs. All right. About the bond. I don't even know where to get started, right? I talked to a 30-plus years of experience accountant. He said that your actual effective tax rate, property tax rate, went up 20% over the last year. You now are pretty clever in saying that it's not going to go up anymore, but you know very well that the valuations, which lag, are going to continue to go up, and so you're going to get that additional money. I guess I'm running out of time, but I will say this. Let us see all the details, all the cost details. You showed us your Christmas list. Let us see what we're really buying, and maybe I'll vote for it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Speaker number 14. That concludes our citizen comment portion of our agenda. We will move on to consent. If there is not a motion to sever and discuss, I need a motion for approval.
I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Is that 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion carries. We'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. Start off with a picture from right outside the Capitol on February 27th from our PTA Rally Day, and a couple of our students who are out there that Anna so eloquently described a little earlier. We really appreciate the work that the PTA did, the work that our SCR team did to make this possible, to get 40 of our students down there as part of the PTA Rally Day. So as you know, one of the goal areas of our strategic plan is safe and innovative learning environments. And a big part of the strategy that we're engaging in to make sure that that happens is, of course, the long-range plan. And so I wanted to spend just a minute or two to go through the context of the long-range plan and make sure that folks understand how different pieces fit into the long-range plan. So of course, we did fail the bond in November of 21. And so the board asked us to do several things after the bond failed. In December of 21, we did a district-wide zoning exercise to see if it was possible to rezone our schools across the district in order to minimize the need for new facilities in the district. As we conducted that exercise, it resulted in moving approximately 10,000 students out of their current schools. It also resulted in really a degradation of the neighborhood school concept. We had situations where students would be driving past their neighborhood school out of the neighborhood to get to the school that they would then be zoned to. And so as we looked at that, we really decided that was untenable in the district. The board then convened a long-range planning board committee composed of 3 board members, and they engaged in developing this 10-year long-range plan. It's important to note that the 10-year long-range plan is an iterative plan, so it is not set in stone. But something that's going to evolve and change as we get new data, as we continue to evolve. So it is based on data though, and we're using the best data that we have access to. A lot of that data comes from population and survey analysts, PASA, out of College Station. These are professional school district demographers who've been working for decades now in Texas public schools, predicting and analyzing what the growth of school districts looks like over time. To give you some perspective, the long-range plan encompasses a number of different elements that are important to understand. The first piece, and the one that we're engaged in right now, is of course our secondary attendance zoning work. And I'm going to skip forward a slide so that we can talk just a little bit about, in the long-range plan itself, what that looks like. So you'll see in that second column and right at the top, underneath elementary school zoning for elementary school 30, we have the secondary zoning for relief. This is listed in the year 24-25 because that's when it's going to go into effect. But of course, we've started that rezoning exercise already this in the fall and progressing through that exercise this spring. The purpose of that rezoning really helps to push out what you see much later in the plan, which is high school 7 and middle school 10, and what you don't see on the plan at all, which is high school 8, which was originally predicted to be in this 10-year planning period. And so it's important to know that we are trying to make sure that we plan ahead effectively enough to ensure that we have the money in place when we need it in order to accomplish the items that are in this long-range plan that has been developed by the Board Long-Range Planning Committee. So as we go back and look at that, the next piece of that is the bond election that has been called for May of 2023. And the board called that bond election after an extensive community input process that involved over 150 community members in CFAC subcommittees who toured campuses, met with administrators, and spent extensive time reviewing data, looking at the needs of the district, and putting together projects. The subcommittees then brought that work to the steering committee, who did some intense work over the December period, and then brought their recommendation to the Board of Trustees. One of the things that the CFAC committee spoke openly about was the 10-year long-range plan, and the fact that they didn't feel like they had enough information to feel comfortable with making recommendations out of the 10-year long-range plan. So we knew that as the CFAC recommendation came back to the board's job would be to exercise what they did know well, which was the 10-year long-range plan, and make sure that the items that they needed to add in were added in that board period. The board worked extremely hard over several meetings in January and February before finally making that tough decision to put this bond issue on the ballot for May. Know and understand too, though, that in the 10-year long-range plan, the items that are in and the projects that are in this May 2023 bond only take us out 3 or 4 years. And then it's going to be necessary to come back to the community for the rest of the needs, or some of the rest of the needs in the long-range plan. And that's going to be true again, probably somewhere near the end of the period in the region of 2029 or 2030. And so I just wanted to make sure we had context of all of these items in the long-range plan, which include the discussion of when the numbers indicate that we'll have elementary schools and a middle school available for repurposing inside this plan. Now, I understand that none of what's in here is already decided and is a done deal. It's a long-range plan, and so it's designed to make sure that we're putting into motion the actions that will result in us having the opportunity to execute these items. But all of these items will have to come back before the board, and we'll have a lot of process and a lot of conversation with our community about exactly how these projects are implemented over time. So what does the long-range plan address exactly? It addresses new construction. We have elementary school 31 and 32 included in the bond package. We have the strategic rezoning that's happening right now that will be effective in the fall of 2024 in order to make sure that we have adequately utilized our secondary school capacity where it's available. There's, of course, renovation and modified utilization. So we are talking about repurposing costs in this bond package and what that looks like and why we're doing it. And then there is mention of schools of choice, but there is still a lot of work that we need to do around schools of choice as we go forward. And so the bond has been called. The items that are on the ballot are going to remain on the ballot for May. Our job as a district is to now provide factual information to our voters, to educate them about what has been decided to place in front of the voters on May 6th, so that there's a clear understanding of what it is that we're asking voters to decide on. It is our obligation to make sure that there's a clear understanding of those items and how they came to be on the ballot. And then our voters are going to have to tell us whether they agree with those items or not. And so as we go into spring break now, our website has been developed for the bond package that is live currently. And so you can go to leanderisd.org/bond2023 and find lots of information about the package, about the projects, about the propositions. You can see ballot language and lots of information. Most importantly, there is a button right at the top of the website that folks can go and request bond information meetings. And we are very happy and willing to come out to any group that requests it, to come and share the information that we have, to answer questions, and to try to be as transparent as we possibly can be about the items that we have in the bond package and the process that we've been through in order to develop this. So, switching gears a little bit, I would like to share a brief video with you that talks about how empowered our teachers are in this district and the power of our leaders in this district. And so I bring you a couple of kindergarten teachers from Tarvin Trailblazers.
Yeah, so they presented for kinder to how do you integrate play into the day and how you integrate it with the TEKS. And so how do you do that?
Yeah, we make sure that the TEKS come to life here in our neighborhood with play, and the kids just love it. And after we were presenting, what a lady came up to me and said, "It looks like you guys really love your jobs." And we were just like,
We
"Yes,
do. We love our jobs. Our kids love coming here. We love coming here every day, and it's because we get to play, and we have rigor and challenge, and it's all with the TEKS and all the stuff in our curriculum
And they're
documents.
so engaged and they're so happy."
So it makes it fun to come to work each day. And Christy makes it so easy.
She lets us do all this fun stuff.
She gives us so much freedom to do what we want and integrate, and she trusts us and makes it a fun environment to work in.
These are the moments that we get to experience as we're working in our schools on a daily basis. We have such powerful stories that are coming out of not only our students, who we get to see often in the spotlight, but these incredible life-changing teachers and other staff members across the district. And this is Anna, or actually it's the back of Anna, addressing Senate Education Committee. And she mentioned that earlier, but we caught a little cameo of her, and so we just appreciate the fact that our board members are engaged in this advocacy work. We have an extremely strong legislative board committee and really committed individuals who are working diligently to protect the education and the opportunities that we can provide to our students in Leander ISD. We are not sitting back and accepting what happens to us. We are actively advocating for our children and for our community at the state capitol. And so you can be proud of the work of the board in the advocacy realm. And I think this year, above any other year that I've been a superintendent, we've built the firmest foundation of communication and connection with our legislators. We have a large number of legislators who represent us as a district and as a community. And our legislative committee has done incredible work in making sure that they know who we are, they know what our issues are, and they know how to reach out to us if they need information and data. And it was just incredible to be able to take our kids down there and for our kids to be able to advocate directly with their legislators. And so thank you for this opportunity, and thank you to PTA again for helping us to make that such a powerful and effective event.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam President.
Yeah, absolutely. Love our PTAs working there too. Board members, any questions? And I will remind you that any LRP questions on the long-range plan, we actually have an agenda item next week. So I'd like us to hold those questions until we get to the agenda item, so we'll be properly posted for more in-depth conversation. Any other questions? All right, we will go ahead and move on to our next item, 8A1, Student Experience, our Empowered Staff Formative Review.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We appreciate the time you have given us to come and provide a report on empowered staff. I have with me Lisa Gibbs, who is the Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Elementary Support, and as you know, Christine Simpson, who is one of the area superintendents. So we will be providing you information tonight with an update. The purpose, of course, is to give the board ideas on the progress of efforts aligned to the strategic plan and the improvement plan. And like I said, we're going to be focusing on the empowered staff piece of that this evening. You've seen this slide. Just to re-emphasize, we keep this in mind as we're putting goals and initiatives together, and as we review those, you will see the alignment to these documents throughout the presentation. So our goal under empowered staff is to attract, grow, and retain a collaborative community of first-rate employees who are empowered to meet the needs of each and every student. And our system responses is to continue to expand and enrich those recruitment and retention programs to retain the highest quality candidates and to attract the highest quality candidates into our system, as well as improving all of those processes for recognizing and supporting staff so they want to continue to stay with Leander ISD. The impact is leveraging those impactful relationships and having high quality learning experiences to inspire curiosity, interest, and passion for our students.
So these are some of the things that we are doing in our office for talent acquisition to grow our own into teachers. So we know that it starts in elementary school. So our recruiters are getting out to the elementary campuses and sharing about the career of education and teaching. They'll be at Whitestone tomorrow talking to kiddos there. We are working very closely with our Ready, Set, Teach programs in high school. They do an incredible job. And so we go in and teach them Kagan strategies and teach them about student learning. We look at their resumes. We build relationships with them. And then our recruiters do an incredible job of staying in touch with them after high school. So we try to get them connected to each other through social media. We have a support group for them, and then we provide just guidance and support for them as they go through college, and we encourage them to come back home to teach. This year we have 6 of our Ready, Set, Teach graduates who we were able to hire who are in our classrooms this year. We do guarantee an interview for every one of our Ready, Set, Teach kiddos who comes back home to teach. Our next one is some of the work that we're doing to encourage our instructional assistants who have a bachelor's degree to go ahead and look at alternative certification programs to become a teacher. So we presented at the wonderful Special Education Instructional Assistant Academy session that they had this year, and we had about 78 IAs who came to learn more about alternative certification to become a teacher. This next one is really special. We have a T-class grant that has given us the award of being able to take 6 of our instructional assistants with associate's degrees and paying for their college while they become teachers. One of those, I was her elementary school principal, so it's so fun to see that. I know her as Shorty, which is not what she goes by now, but it is so exciting to see her up there and to learn that she made the chancellor's list this semester with a 4.0 while also working as an instructional assistant. And then we have 2 that made the dean's list, and TWU has told us that our cohort is by far the strongest that they have. So we'll have these 6 in our special education classes next year as teachers, so we're excited about that. And then we've started holding sessions for our community to come out and learn more about becoming a teacher. We have a very well-educated community who are interested in education, and so we've had great turnout at our fall sessions. We had 3 of those, and we had about 92 community members that we talked to. Next slide. And then we've improved that system this spring. And what we do now is we bring in programs. So we brought in, for 3 different sessions, we had 1 for IAs and we had 2 for community folks. And we brought in alternative certification programs for them to visit with if they already held a bachelor's degree. And then we brought in 3 universities who are partnering with us to help our folks who do not have a bachelor's degree to earn their bachelor's degree and become a teacher. So we just set those folks up and people could go talk to everyone they wanted to, and we ended up with about 75 from the community, and 50 of our IAs came to those sessions that we had. So we had great turnout. This is just a snippet of what we do with recruitment. So all of those little dots are job fairs that we attend. You'll see the ones that have a red center, those are identified diversity recruitment campuses. So we spend a lot of time studying the data on the diversity of candidates that are coming out of different universities, and so we target those campuses so that we can increase our diversity. But it's not just about attending job fairs anymore. It's about creating meetups where we bring in student teachers, we bring in college students who are graduating to ask questions and to meet teachers who are in the district. It's about connecting with college students well before they are graduating. It's when they're sophomores and juniors, and speaking at their classes and at their clubs and connecting with them over social media, taking teachers on tours. Those kinds of things are the things that our recruiters spend a lot of time doing to really get people interested in Leander ISD.
And we see the power of social media every day, and it's no different in the area of recruitment. We push out social media to many different platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Sped Exchange, and Indeed. And we see a great success in our social media. In fact, our LISD recruiters were highlighted by both Career Arc and Brazen for their incredible work in these areas. Career Arc is a system that syncs with our application system to push out postings to social media. And they were highlighted in a recent webinar for using stunning pictures and videos that really capture applicants' eye and makes them great candidates and who want to come in and learn more about Leander ISD. Brazen is a platform that we use for hybrid, in-person, and virtual job fairs. They were highlighted in a recent article as the first district in the country to use Brazen as recruiting and pulling in resumes for in-person job fairs. So our recruiters are always looking at how to use social media platforms and new platforms that are coming out. We initiated Talk to a Recruiter, which is a chatbot type platform on our website. We launched that in January, and they've already had contacts with 39 individuals who have an interest in working with Leander ISD. Those have turned into 4 applicants, and even today we had someone from Chicago talking to a recruiter through this Talk with a Recruiter, and very interested in Leander ISD and should be applying, we hope, in the next few days. So great work on their part in using social media to get candidates interested in Leander ISD.
Another resource that we find to be very powerful is the voice of our teachers and our students. So we have found that the best thing to do is take your iPhone, go out and cut some videos, because that's what speaks to people, not a big production where we stage things. So we have a quick video to show y'all. We've got 2 students that are going to talk to y'all that we show to recruits about why Leander ISD is the best place to be. And then the last one, who may look like a student, is actually one of our new teachers. Okay, well, I think y'all have the link, so when you get a chance, maybe you can watch it because it's very cute. We have some precious students.
Good evening. I am here as our human resources cheerleader. They humbly talk about recruiters like they have an army at their disposal, and you have how many? Two. Jennifer Dunn and Jamie Berzinski. And before I go on with my piece, I do want to thank Lisa and Rachel and Jamie and Jennifer and Carrie Lynn, because our campuses are benefiting greatly from the hours and hours of work that they have put in to get so creative and think beyond normal pathways to bring the best to Leander, and we're seeing the results of that. It feels like lots of gaps when we think about hiring, but they have done a phenomenal job, so thank you all. Just wanted to recognize your work. I'm going to talk about teacher retention and empowered staff. And I want to talk about it on the campus lens. So Lisa came to an instructional leadership meeting, and she talked through all the things that recruiters were doing to help, and she extended that collaborative spirit to our campuses to ask, how do we keep our teachers here? How do we make them feel valued each and every day? Now, there are lots of ways that our campuses do that. Here's some examples. We know chocolate goes a long way, but I will tell you the nature of the campus leadership job has transformed, and they are sometimes job counselors. So our open door policy is very open right now. Sometimes it's a hug, sometimes it's encouragement, sometimes it's a tissue, and sometimes it's a piece of chocolate. But whatever it takes for them to do, they're out there making sure that our staff feels loved and feels important, as we know they are to all of us and to our students. So that is one thing that we wanted to highlight, are just the number of incredible ways that our campus leaders are showing appreciation each day. We also have our outside organizations finding ways to show love. Our PTO, PTA, PTSAs have continued, even in COVID times, to make sure that our staff feels appreciated. Our Leaf Patrol has done an amazing job, and a big thanks to Colleen Brighton for stepping in as the interim. She has hit the ground running, and she is always looking for new ways to support campuses and asking the right questions about how to do that. Our Star Banquet is one of my favorite events personally. It was as a principal as well. That is when our students have the opportunity to recognize the important staff member in their life, and we know our staff members love to hear from students. So they continue to look for different ways to do so. Money-wise, Leaf gave $10,000 to teachers, yes, for PD this year, and Prize Patrol went around again to award those giant cardboard checks we all know and love. And PTA, again, has played an integral role in continuing to keep that idea that the community supports our staff at the forefront of our staff in different ways.
Okay, so additional efforts for retention. HR is conducting approximately 100 stay interviews with our exceptional teachers who are identified by principals. We're asking questions like, why do you stay in Leander ISD, and how can we make it a better experience for you? What do you need? What supports do you need? Along with many other questions. We're continuing those interviews through the spring. We will be analyzing those reports and providing information to cabinet and principals along with other departments about identifying areas where we can improve and make things better in Leander ISD for our teachers. Transportation, HR is also doing stay interviews with that department, and we are also encouraging other departments to do the stay interviews as well. We think it's a great way to hear from current staff about what's going well, what needs to be improved, what would keep you here, that sort of thing. So this is something we hope to expand in the upcoming years as part of our efforts. In addition, we see lots of recognition going on with staff. We see support recognition. These pictures on the left hand were from Custodial Appreciation Week. You see Kimberly Waltman up there dancing with their custodial. You know, campuses really take to heart. These staff are a part of their family, campus family. I had to just point that out. I couldn't resist. But campuses truly embrace these staff and showed much appreciation and recognition. They are doing the same for other staff as well. We also have in the middle the staff spotlight. That is something that is done monthly. Any staff member can nominate someone for a staff spotlight. We have recently opened that up to parents who are now also able to nominate staff members for the great things that they are doing. And then campuses and departments are constantly creating initiatives to recognize and support staff in different ways. This particular picture on the right is from the transportation participation in the Leander Christmas Parade. They came together. Transportation's difficult because they come to the office, they go all over the 200 square miles, and then they come back, so they don't see each other very often. So this was a playtime for those staff to get together and team build. They also have a hospitality committee, or many departments or campuses have fun committees where they coordinate, different activities to show appreciation for our staff. We also have the service awards, the retirement awards, the incentives that the board recently approved for staff. So many other opportunities for showing value and support to the staff. Then also, as you know, we brought the substitute program back in-house, and we wanted to focus on building the strongest sub-program that we could have. And I think we've truly made great gains in this with our recruiter in that area and the sub-office staff. But huge kudos to campuses for truly embracing their substitutes, and this is some of the things that they have created. On the left-hand side at the top, you'll see this is from our November Simply Thankful month, where campuses took pictures of what they have been doing across the year to show value and support for their substitutes. They sent in pictures of what they had done. The central office and sub-department voted on the top 2 elementary and top 2 secondary programs, and then our recruiter, Donita, was able to go out to the campuses and provide prizes for those who won those competitions. So little friendly competition to get campuses always thinking about how they can love on their substitutes. The other pictures are just different things that they're doing. Great creative ideas in creating break rooms and snack areas for our substitutes so they feel a part of the team, and inspirational quotes and leaving notes of encouragement and thankfulness to our substitutes. We're getting feedback, subs just really feel loved on, and it shows in our numbers. We're averaging 80 to 85% fill rate. We've filled 38,000 absences this school year so far. So we're averaging 300 to 400 substitutes working every day, and we have 1,200 in the system. So just incredible substitutes who are committed to the program and feeling like they're truly a part of the family.
Before we go to the next slide, I hear the video is working. Can we watch
okay.
that?
Well, let's go to the video.
Okay.
What I like about Parkside is all of the teachers are so friendly, and they're always with you when you need help, and they're always in the hallways cheering you up, and there's so many good friends here, and they just always are there for you when you're in bad times, and the teachers teach you so much here at Parkside.
My name's Cameron Morrison. I'm a student athlete here at Glenn High School. A few things I love about this school is, for starters, the teachers. My favorite teachers are normally the history teachers, because most of the time they're coaches, and our coaches here are really awesome and really help you be the best man and athlete that you can possibly be. And it's more of like we're all brothers and really a team. And a few teachers that I really have loved is a teacher I didn't even have last year. Her name's Miss Morgan. She's an algebra teacher, and Miss Sales, who was an English teacher. Those two have been the most awesome teachers here at this school, and I feel like every other part of the staff and administration has been really awesome and really helps whenever you need help, and no one's really has a terrible time here, honestly.
Why do you love Leander ISD?
I love Leander ISD because there is a plethora of physical resources, electronic resources, and just wonderful, amazing educators that are here to support new to profession teachers. And it's just a place that I always know that if I have a question, there is someone or something that will help support me and my learning community.
So really, really great students just sharing their love of their campus. So we wanted to give you a little snippet of what goes on out there with our students. All right.
That was a great segue from the teacher, talking about gathering feedback and continuous improvement, the things that we're working on. And so we've mentioned a couple things, the work the recruiters are doing, the state interviews that have taken place, but we're also putting out 0 to 5 year teacher surveys to find out what's working well for them and what are their barriers. And pulse staff surveys as well. Those are 2 new areas that we have looked to find deeper feedback so that when we get together as a cabinet and as an exec team that we can trend that information out and make improvements based on that information. The recruiters checking on new hires, not only do they go out and find them, but they keep up with them. So they are their companion on the side. Again, they're that job counselor, they're that family at work member who makes sure that they're still doing okay once they came here, so the job doesn't stop for our recruiters when the recruitment occurs. It continues on from there. The UT engagement survey, I believe you're all familiar with, and so we're still using that as an instrument as well to trend out the data. One really exciting thing that's happened as a result of some of this trend out is the expansion of our BOY professional development opportunities. We've added an additional day to our new to profession. We looked specifically, because of feedback loops and some work that came out of school improvement visits, at what our teachers need to feel highly effective going into the classroom on day 1. And we found in our information that those classroom environment pieces, which are domain 3, if you want to look it up in Leeds, that seems to be critical when they're setting up their classrooms to have a sense of efficacy right off the bat. We expanded that with adding a paid component to that. Am I allowed to say that yet? Carolyn just did, sorry. So I just did. It says it right here in my notes, paid, but it was in parentheses, so I don't know if that's me be quiet or me go ahead and say the parentheses. But we did add that as well, and we expanded the opportunity of that day to our not just brand new, but 0 to 3 year teachers, so they can come and participate in that classroom environment building as well, because we know that that environment is key. Before they get to the content, they have to get to the heart of the child, and the children have to feel safe in the classroom to do that, and the teacher has to feel safe in their profession to carry that out. So that's very exciting. The other thing that we did based on the results of some earlier feedback is we put together 2 process improvement efforts, and we looked at a middle school group and an elementary group, and they were a cross-functional team of people that came into process improvement to look at our staffing guidelines to make sure that we were still meeting the needs of every student in every campus. And so we partnered with HR to have those 6, I believe it was 6 sessions for each group, and they brought their findings forward, and those findings now are key in our conversations about staffing moving forward. So we're still working through the details of that, but that has been another way that we've taken feedback, is through process improvement efforts in the continuous improvement cycle.
And then these are some of our pathways for growth. We know a key part of retention for teachers is for them to have the opportunity to grow. So we've talked a little bit about the Grow Your Own for IA teachers. So we currently have 12 IAs who are completing their alternative certification to become teachers that y'all approved the funds to pay for last year. And so those 12 folks will be special education teachers and are committed to the next 3 years in the district. We have our 6 who are in the T-Class TWU grant program. And then we have, based on feedback that our special education department got from their listening sessions, they have started a special education academy, and they have 42 participants this spring. And those folks are coming together to learn about special education, to get support in taking and passing the test. And so we're excited about that, because we know special education is a hard to fill and very, very important position for us to have. We have our prospective counselor. I lost myself in the map. The counselor program that started this year, and we have 11 participating in that who are current teachers who are interested in becoming counselors. And then we have our Aspiring Assistant Principal Academy that has 15 participants this year, and that is teachers who currently are interested in becoming assistant principals. Then the Prospective Principal Program is assistant principals who want to become principals, and we have 14 of those. And then we have 8 folks who are going through Concordia to get their master's in administration. And then, because we never stop exploring and growing and improving, we are exploring potential opportunities to grow our current leaders into more district leadership opportunities. So that is something that's on the table for next.
Okay, so additional systems we are improving based on all of the feedback we've told you we're bringing into our offices. A few things that have popped up. One is the pay cycle option for new teachers. So currently, the first check that they receive is in September, which made perfect sense when we were starting school much later. Now that our calendar has shifted back and we're starting school earlier, it makes sense to give teachers the option to have their first check in August. So that is something that we are going to be implementing with this school year, this upcoming school year. So I think new teachers, that will put new teachers in a much better place as they're coming on board. We're also looking at insurance coverage start date. What we've been hearing, kind of along the same lines of the pay date, is teachers or anyone starting right now, it's 30 calendar days after their start date. So sometimes it can feel almost like a month and a half. So we're looking at the first day following the month of hire. And we hope to put that into place very soon, hopefully for the upcoming school year, looking at some system barriers that we're trying to overcome for that. Also looking at pay cycle options for IAs and auxiliary. I think some of you have heard about the issues with our short calendar staff who work 184 days or 187 days. So we're looking at how we can provide some flexibility for those groups to be able to say, I want my pay spread out over 10 months instead of 12 months. Now, there's some pros and cons to that, but we want staff to be able to choose their flexibility. You know, choose which one fits your situation best. If you can have a 10-month paycheck, you are someone that gets a job during the summer as a supplement, and that works for you. We just want to have that flexibility. Teacher qualification options, of course, feedback from campuses about the difficulty, the teacher shortage, so looking at alternative certification programs, emergency permits, different options to get people into the classroom as they're going through their education and giving them supports. Christine talked about the PDSAs for staffing guidelines, which are currently in review. Then we move into a different area. We know that it's important. We focus on the whole child. We always want to focus on the whole employee. We are 80% female staff, and so we know we want our staff to take care of their physical, mental health, financial needs. Part of what we looked at was what can we do, because we know everyone is busy and people may not be getting their preventative screenings. So we reached out and we found a couple of really innovative things that we could do. One was the Pink Bus, which is an on-site pink bus that comes to campuses and departments, and they do a mammogram on-site. So we know that early detection is critical, and this is one of the ways that we can provide that. BEXA screening is a state-of-the-art screening for breast exams for women for early detection as well. Those are also concierge services that are coming onto the campuses and providing these screenings so people can pop in. They take 15 minutes. They can do it on their planning period, on their lunch break. So we're just trying to provide more services that benefit our employees for the busy lifestyles that they have. We are also changing, we've talked a little bit about our employee assistance program. We are changing vendors April 1 to Deer Oak, who is a K-12 centered EAP program. We are increasing our visits from 6 to 8 mental health visits. They also have some great just-in-time offerings of a 30-minute vent session that does not account against those 8 sessions. So having a bad day, get on a chat and talk with a counselor for a 30-minute session. This has also been extended to our substitutes with this program, which we've not had in the past. So we're very excited about providing additional coverage for our substitutes. But we're seeing additional training hours with this new vendor. So we're very excited about bringing them on board. Like I said, they're K-12 centered, and so I think they're going to be great for our population. And then pet insurance, long-term request, so bring it on. Our pets are our family. So that has begun this year as well. And those are some of the improvements that we're focused on now. And so we'll open it up to questions.
Board members, any questions?
I do. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I know it's been a challenge, and it's been a challenge nationwide, not just here. So I appreciate everything you guys have done. Regarding the state interviews, rather, would you mind maybe in a Friday memo, kind of give us maybe top 3 or 4 that rose to the top? And if there's any support you can gain from the board, I mean, we would, I think, I don't know, I speak for all of us, that we would love to be able to, help in that regard. But I would just really be curious about what we're hearing from our staff about what makes them stay.
Absolutely.
Thank
we can
you.
do that.
I love seeing the discussion y'all kind of opened with a bit about career opportunities going down into those elementary schools for Grow Your Own. I actually had a parent reach out and go, there's career day coming up. Are the teachers coming? I think there's a shortage. I'd love to help. And I don't know the answer. I know I connected her with administration. I imagine that all got answered. But now when I reach out to that parent, or the parent reaches out to me and goes, yes, we do have this program. So that's tremendous to see that. Yes. The other one I have a question about is, do we have anything where going out into the community, sometimes we'll hear stories of teachers who were there but not teaching anymore for any various reason, but they're kind of interested. Is that a welcome thing for us to tell them? Well, just call the district and y'all have different ways to get them involved or get them put into that classroom. I mean, do y'all offer that kind of service to help get our community into those classrooms?
Absolutely. We can reach out to Lisa and the recruiters, and, like we do for people who are coming out of college and interested in coming to work for us. We can do the same for community members who maybe have been in the profession, gone on to do something else, and are interested in maybe returning. So absolutely connect them with the recruiting office, and we will absolutely get them the information, support, whatever they're looking for that they need to see if they want to come back into the profession.
So I love the presentation and all the information, the changes and the things we're doing for staff. I think that empowered staff strategic plan that we've been talking about, thank you so much. It is powerful to see that. I do have 2 questions for follow-up for later. And one of the things that you're talking about is I was on a webinar where we had the Texas Education Poll. It was Charles Butts who put it out. And there's a series of questions that they ask teachers, and they're hard questions. It's like, where are the areas? If you would say it's a deficit audit, where are the areas where we're missing something? Of course, pay was on there, and that is something that trustees are definitely talking to their lawmakers about when they're going up to the Capitol. Pete gets way too many emails from me about, what about this program? How does this work? How does this help the staff? So I'll put that aside for right now. But I'd like to just kind of give you a couple of the items they mentioned, so that later, just for follow-up, I'd be interested in, as we're gathering feedback, do we think we already have these mastered, or all these things also we're working with? I'm just not sure which one. So when they asked them why are teachers leaving their the position, they said lack of respect and appreciation, lack of support from school administrators. They were stressed out from supporting student needs. They have excessive workload and burnout, and they had standardized test pressure. And then some of the things that they would need or would like to see would be a positive work culture and environment, followed by significant salary increase. We already talked about that one. And followed by autonomy as a classroom leader. So I appreciate all the things that you are doing. I'm not saying we're not doing those. I'm just curious, when I heard that webinar, I'm like, oh, I wonder, where are we, or where are those opportunities for us to grow? And then finally, at a legislative session, we're hearing that when the teacher task force vacancy went, one of the things they talked about of need for teachers is that work-life balance. And there seems to be a significant discussion, and actually sounds like it's going to have a really good fiscal note on it as well, to build out curriculum for first-time teachers, or curriculum lesson plans. And I'm just curious, do we think that is something that would be a benefit to our teachers? Because I think if that's not going to be, if y'all could empower us with information, or if it is, if y'all could empower us when we're talking to our lawmakers, that would be very helpful. Not tonight, I just wanted to throw a few of those things out there.
Absolutely, all very great ideas and no surprises. So definitely we can address those in the future presentations.
It was amazing. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love too the teacher and the staff. You talked about auxiliary. It was all, we laughed, we cried. It was a great presentation. Thank you. All right, we will move on to our next, oh no, we're not. We're going to move on to a break. I see it here on the chart. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we'll have an update on a policy review. So we'll be back at 8:15.
check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4, check 5, check 6, check 7, check 8, check 9, check 10.
All right, board members, it is 8:17. We are back in open session. We'll go ahead. We're going to go to our next agenda item, update on the Policy Review Board Subcommittee, our board committee.
Right, yeah. Actually, that's funny you bring that up. We had a lot of debate about, was it a subcommittee or is it a committee? And it just depends on your perspective, I suppose. So thank you all. Sorry about that.
You should hold up your hand, right?
Yes,
Isn't that how we tell everybody we're...
my colleagues are very enthusiastic about their work.
Love it. Got to smile at a board meeting. That's very important.
All right.
Yeah, almost spring break.
This evening, this is just a brief update on the work that your policy committee has been doing, as well, and particularly as it relates to the comprehensive policy review that we embarked on last spring. Additionally, we'll talk a little bit about forecasting what the policy committee will be working on in the near future. But without burying the lead, a big part of what I'm going to be doing tonight is helping to prepare you so we don't have to go through this preamble for our next meeting, which is in March 23. And at that date, we're going to be bringing back the work of the comprehensive policy review and the work of the policy committee for you to review and to discuss. And on two of them, which we'll get to in a second, we'll actually be asking you to deliberate and take action just because they're time sensitive in order to be competitive in our hiring season and to ensure that we're able to properly calculate GPA and rankings for our early college high school students, which is not currently in your policy. So what I'm going to implore you to do, and I'll come back around to this and I'll even beg you before I leave, is that when the agenda materials get posted tomorrow, that you please take that, read it thoroughly. There are 3 different board letters. One of them is about 6 pages long with thorough explanations and annotations, and there will also be attachments that include the marked up policy language that is a result of the policy review. Having pre-read that, just treat it like a college class. You got to read before you come to class. That way we can all be respectful of one another's time. And I really just want to help you to be as efficient as we can so that we're all prepared to engage in the discussion and ensure that we have the directed questions that we really need to address before we bring it back for you for action, hopefully in your first meeting in April. So with that preparatory statement, I just want to give a brief reminder of what the policy committee is, what it does. Your policy committee is not a deliberative body. They're not a decision-making body. It is a feedback mechanism for staff and board representatives to interact and to work on the policy work that is most important to you as a board who engages in the policy governance mindset. And as a part of that, it's particularly helpful for me and my staff and for my colleagues that join us here in our board meetings to get some really directed feedback and some board perspective on what are the types of questions, what are the types of interests that the board may have when we bring things to the board for full deliberation and action. It helps us to be best prepared then so that we are more efficient in our use of our board time. So given that, I want to then talk about what we've been doing with comprehensive policy review, and just so that we can refresh our recollection, because this is a project we started last spring. One thing that I think, and I'm just going to own this, is we started this project and we ended up with a bunch of mission creep. And we discussed this as a board policy committee at our last meeting, and that we ended up with a lot of things that weren't necessarily within the scope and purpose of the comprehensive policy review. And it doesn't mean we're not going to address them. In fact, you'll see that's what's coming up next. But we had to sit down and really parse out what falls within the scope and what doesn't, so that we can actually complete that project, because we are running up on a deadline of getting this completed before the end of the legislative session, after which, as we always do at the end of a legislative session, we're going to have new policy proposals that come out as a result of change in law and that type of stuff. And so we want to make sure that our baseline is clean when we bring that kind of information in and not have any kind of confusion that can create a lot of havoc in your policy manual. So what was the scope? Let's talk about that.
The purpose, as you'll recall, and when we had our policy consultant from TASB come out here, the purpose of your comprehensive policy review is ultimately to ensure that there is alignment between policy and practice. And so the way that procedure works is that we had our consultant come out in April and sat with staff and went through our policy manual. And first I'll note that we had not done a comprehensive policy review in this district since 1992. So the last time there was a comprehensive policy review, I was a senior in high school. I don't, it's a little alarming to me that thankfully we've been muddling along with that, but it was well overdue. It was ripe for being done, and it's a good time in order to trim up the policy because there are old approaches to the policy manual that we're still just hanging on and that were latent in there. That early on, our policy consultants back in the 90s suggested putting all kinds of things in policy that they now are advising shouldn't necessarily be in policy. They're more appropriate for a regulation manual, which we'll talk about in a minute, or perhaps in an employee handbook and student handbook, rather than having them all in a top-heavy policy manual where when you need to make a little more flexible changes as administrative need arises, you don't want to have to go through a potentially multi-week or multi-month process in order to get the policy changed at a board level, when it's not really something that is directly related to the board's vision, mission, goals, and objectives. It's really about administrative application of those principles. So when staff met with the policy consultant, they went through with that objective. Is our practice aligned with the policy? If not, then does there need to be a revision to the policy in order to bring it in line with current best practices? Or is it a good check on, oh, well, maybe we need to look at our practice and realign it with policy? Likewise, as you'll recall then, later in the spring, our policy consultant met with you as a board. Although it wasn't all of you on that board, it was a different composition of the board at that time, but he went particularly through sections A through C, which deal with board governance, your philosophical statements, as well as business practices. So with all of that information, our policy consultant, working with staff, came up with revisions, which then came back to the district, and then that is what went to the policy committee for review. Now, we did have some significant delays. That by the time we had that material, we were heading into summer. It's difficult to get all the staff together because people are taking their vacations when they can. And then we rolled into, as I think we all remember, was a very busy election season. So it was just everyone was booked solid. It was very difficult to get times to get our committee together. And so thankfully, come back around, and unfortunately I got sick, otherwise we would have been able to meet in January, but we were able to reconstitute that committee, get it together. In fact, we had a new committee member, Ms. Romans, who thankfully did her homework, so she was well prepared and as a quick study because we had to cover a lot of material. And at our last policy review committee meeting, we went through and were able to complete the review of the material and the proposed materials that are there, as well as we had board council was able to join us for that. And so hopefully that has gained us some efficiencies in case there are questions about that. And so what we did is we refocused, we looked at what is the scope, and then what are the things that should be separate or that maybe require far more discussion, but we don't want to hold up the entire policy review process. Because we need to get some of that book of business done. And we basically separated those and triaged those into separate categories. So you will see then in the notes that will be in your board letter come tomorrow, as well as in the board memo, how we separated those out. And it was the basic principle behind it was exactly as I said, is trying to keep things within the scope, and then things that needed extra attention or that the committee felt would be a larger discussion of the board. We separated those out as separate subjects for either going to the board for more discussion or for further work by your policy committee. So there are the two policies I mentioned that at your next meeting, we're going to be going through a whole bunch of policy from sections A through G, that's your entire policy manual, There are two, though, won't be for discussion only. We will be asking you to take action. Those are EIC, and that's where I mentioned that has to do with grades and rank and ensuring that early college high school kids are able to get a class ranking after finishing their first year. The other one is DC local, which deals with delegation of authority for hires up to, but not including the principal level, that would give your superintendent ability to have some authority to approve hires for up to those level, but still bringing those higher level positions to the full board for consideration. And the rationale behind that, and you'll see that in the board materials that you receive, is to ensure that we are able to act quickly in a very, very competitive hiring season. As you just saw with our last presenters, they're doing everything that they can, and this gives us one more tool to ensure that we're not having to wait too long where somebody gets another offer and they get snagged up by another district. Not that I have anything against our neighbors and our fellow districts, but I think we all hope that we can get the best here in Leander. So with that, I just want to see if there are any questions about the process, and if you have any concerns before we move forward.
I do have some questions. So I'll show you my show and tell that I brought for tonight. This was one of my binders. So when I first was sworn in 2015, I said, hey, can I see the policy? And they said, nobody asked for that. And I said, no, I do. I want to see it. I want it printed out so I can go through and make marks, because I want to see what are we doing as a board? What does our policy look like? When I think to what TASB does, they hold our policies, legal and local. When you go look for our policies online, you actually go to a TASB website because it's their system that's holding that. I would argue you don't go to a TASA website. You're not going to the superintendents or the school official associations. You're going to a school board site. And I think that's significant that TASB's the one that sends us, and we work with TASB on policy. I think there's a role trustees play. So when I hear the scope, I have a few questions, and so maybe I'm not hearing it completely, but it sounded like the only purpose that our policy committee is going to have is they're just going to ensure that there's alignment between the policy and the practice. So I'll give you an example. This one was a 2001 policy, EJ Local. It says the district's guidance and counseling services shall be designed primarily to provide ongoing assistance to enhance the educational development of all students, and shall be included and monitored through the district and campus planning process. Now, I've seen some other districts and what they've been able to do with this program and what policy, and kind of how their policy and their input as a school board has really helped set that vision and help drive with administration some needed updates to their visions and thoughts of what their counseling department could look like. But with the scope that you said, then what I'm hearing is if our campus is doing this, if this is your practice, then it's aligned, and so we have no more discussion at that point then. It's already being done. I would like to see if we need another scope or another process, or is it this one and I'm just mishearing? But what I'd like to know is how can, when we see other districts or other policies, really as trustees weigh into that? And what I see so much benefit in the committee, and thank y'all, by the way, committee, the committee works so much. But what I see is that, you know, we used to spend a lot of time in board meetings, really late board meetings, looking over all the words, talking about what is our vision, would have parents come talk and say, wait, why are you making this change? And it was a lot of almost workshop type work in a board meeting. And so I loved the fact of a committee being able to go do that work. But if there isn't an input time before y'all start the work, and then the only time we're going to have input is when you come back to the meeting, then all we've done is put it right back into this board meeting. So I think I have a three-pronged question here. Is this something that the committee currently set up to do, is to really us to take a deeper dive on these policies as we're going through it? And we might not want to change everything. I'm not talking about a 3 or 4 year thing. Really, I know the Post-it notes are scary, but I promise there's not that many questions. is that something we can do now, is do a deeper dive? 2, how then, if that is possible, could the board get input into the policy committee in a way that they could have some dialogue and go through that ahead of time before it comes to the board? One example I know the board was talking about, we were looking at plaques when we were walking into a new campus. And they said it was really hard for them to get the nameplate because the trustees wanted the names of who was on the board when they called the bond, who was on the board when the bond was passed, I think, and who was on the board. I don't know. There were a lot of names in different times, and that took specialization. Maybe now trustees would look at it and go, wow, that's a lot of expense. Maybe we want to revisit it. Maybe we don't. Again, I would see that as being a committee discussion, and then they could just bring that to the board. So that's my second question, is where would we input the information? And then third, and I mentioned this way back when the process started, is that how is this something as trustees we can use, our community can use, and see what really is happening in our campus, at least according to our policy, regulation, procedures. When we're talking at legislature, Anna did such a great job testifying. And when she was testifying, she was talking about a piece of legislation that, if passed, it would give the board the opportunity to look at their policy. And so when we do that and we look at our policy, the other thing I'd like to know is, how does that tie into administrative regulation? And would that be helpful to be on the site at the same time? I know TASB said, be careful. Great. But I want to know that our committee looked at it and said, yes, we want it, or no, we don't. Because with administrative regulations, there are some schools where it's able for, or districts, it's able for you to look at what's the legal policy. You can look at your local policy. Let's say you have a question about curriculum and you want to talk about it. Well, here's the legal for it. Here's the local. You have a form, you have something about it, here's your form. And by the way, here's what it looks like in administrative regulation. Just an example. So those are my 3-pronged questions.
Those are excellent questions, and I think I should have clarified that when we met as a committee, it wasn't just a, hey, let's review whatever they gave us. As you'll recall, we solicited questions from board members. Those were all collated and were a part of that discussion. And there were many policies that weren't even on the list of things that our TASB consultant brought up that were considered in that and considered in those discussions. And part of that was triaging that, because some of those were bigger questions than the committee was ready to answer at that time. For instance, there was one of the questions had to do with CW Local. CW Local, you might not know it by its code, but you'll know it by how you feel every time you have to do a school naming. And so that is one that the committee said, hey, this is a big question. This is maybe a separate discussion. We need to make sure that we are giving it its due diligence to ensure that we are doing what the board's desire is. And whatever way you want to get community feedback on that, that's the board's discretion and the board's will. But what is the board's will on how does school naming work? And does it include other things like plaques? Does it include memorials? And what does that look like? Should it include things such as having a time frame from the passing of an individual and using their name in order to allow for some emotional healing before you as a board and a community are going through that process? And that's a reason why the committee said, hey, this is for further discussion. It needs to step outside of this because we might need more board feedback on that. So I think that the committee does have a process currently, and we're always open to continuous improvement, I certainly am, for how to ensure that we're having board input on that. I personally wouldn't suggest having till 2 or 3 a.m. meetings talking about policy, not because it's not important, but because it is so important. And people don't work their best after they've been up that many hours. Excuse me, asthma's bothering me a little. And so my suggestion would be to do a workshop if you want to get into that kind of depth as a board, because then you can really commit the time and hit it when people are fresh and are able to put their best cognitive work to it.
So then the committee feeling is, after looking at it, that the committee doesn't want to look at all the policy. There's some where they want it to go straight to board workshop.
So again, I would really encourage you to read the board letter and the board memo because it does talk a lot about that and some of the rationale for some of that work.
I did, thank you, yes.
Mhm.
But my question, what percentage of policy is going to be coming to us, and what percentage are you suggesting going to workshop?
I think I need to know what you mean by percentage of policy. Are you talking about the
This is
percentage of
book
the total
one.
body of policy?
Yeah, this is book 2, sorry.
Well, I can't do that math off the top of my head. I would say that a large percentage of that was reviewed. That if you talk about all the questions that were involved, the little bit that is still left over it's still a body of work. But I would say that calculating a percentage, I couldn't do that off the top of my head.
Fair enough. I guess here's what I'm looking at. It almost sounds like a good percentage of our board meetings for maybe the summer and on, we might need to be putting a lot more workshops in to discuss the policy. Is that what you're trying to indicate to us?
I'm suggesting if you want to do a deep dive and you want to be able to do the board's best work, then a workshop might be a more effective use of your time, yes.
And the committee, I guess I'd like the committee members to tell me, so then the committee members, there's not, again, trying to help move things along. You don't feel like there's enough there where you can take some of this on. How are you deciding? What's your criteria for what's going before the board to what you are working through?
I think that there are some where we've talked about just looking at what other districts are doing, so not just trying to reinvent the wheel, and get some other ideas. And so I don't get that sense that there's a lot that needs more review outside of the committee. I just think that it's moving along.
A lot of the policies that we reviewed in our last meeting, the changes that were made were mostly to remove redundancies or just take out sections that TASB had recommended go into a student code of conduct or an employee handbook instead of having it in policy. The ones that people might have had questions on, like if I'm remembering correctly, there was a question on the grievance exhibits for DGBA, FNG, and GF local to take the exhibits out because those are the actual forms. But if people have questions about that, we can pull that one out and have a deep dive discussion on where the forms need to go or where people feel they're best suited to go. That way we can just go deeper into the policies that people have all the questions about, and the ones where it truly is just fixing redundancies, or if you're shifting a section down to a different section of the policy, that's not something that would necessarily need a huge amount of conversation to it.
I would add that there were some questions that were submitted to the board or to the committee that talked about, well, how are other districts doing it? And that's fine, but there's 1,000 districts, plus. And so I think the question is feedback from the board of what is our objective? That would really be able to fine tune the committee's work of say, well, what is it we're looking for? Not just what other districts are doing per se, but what is it that you as a board want to do? Because that really is a much more effective way to draft policy, to revise policy, when you know what your objective is, what it is you would like to see. It's a bit like negotiating a contract. I don't worry about the words until I know what it is I'm trying to buy or sell.
Let me make sure I read this right. I'm just going to have to increase it in size because my eyes are getting older. Didn't hear that from me. The policy review letter. The board will be given an update on the board's policy committee work and next steps in the comprehensive policy review that was started in 2022. Is that the letter that you thought that would help me understand what's workshop and what's not?
No, ma'am, that is not.
Okay.
I'm referring to the letter that will be posted for the agenda for the March 23rd meeting and the board memo, which will be posted tomorrow to all of you.
All right.
I had a question. Do you want to go ahead? Can I ask if EHBJ is considered? That's schools of choice local policy, and if not, how can we get that in policy and have a discussion at the board level? I didn't know if I can like request it, or that's one particular local policy we don't have that I would like to see considering our conversations on schools of choice.
I mean, my recommendation would be to give direction to your committee of what is it the board's desires to do with schools of choice, because that really then directs the type of policy you need to write to support that goal.
So we need to have a meeting on that. Okay, thank you, Sean.
I think for me, in my experience with districts, is that there's a difference between a comprehensive policy review that TASB does, and I think what you're seeking, which is a deep dive into really understanding how we can use policy to drive vision and direction. So the purpose for me for a comprehensive policy review is precisely to check alignment between policy and practice. And so what happens if you haven't done a policy review since 1992 is that policy and practice tend to drift apart because we don't live in the policy manual all the time. We're not constantly referring to it. And by human nature, the way we do things starts to drift away from what we say we will do in policy. And so part of the reason that we'd like to try to wrap up the comprehensive policy review by the summer is that as we get out of legislative session and we start to get updates on policy, that allows us to then focus on that work, knowing that we have a good foundation, a good baseline policy manual that is clean. It's not necessarily exactly what we want. And then I think it's the job of the board, just like I think what Anna just did, which is to say, this is a big issue that we're having to address now that I don't see in policy anywhere. So is that something that we want to address in policy so that it becomes very clear this is how we do this particular thing like schools of choice? I think as you go through, the policy like that and have questions, I think those are absolutely valid things for you to bring to the policy committee and say, I'd like to have a deeper dive into this issue, CW, say, and school naming, because I'm not sure that we, are successful in the way that we manage that. But if we know that what we've got in policy and what we currently do are aligned, then we can address the policy and say, okay, we're doing this way right now. This is what we say we will do. But if we want to change that, then we certainly need to get the direction out of changing policy. So for me, it's two almost separate procedures. We'd like to really get this policy review done and cleaned up. The board's not responsible necessarily for all of that policy manual either, because a lot of what's in policy drives what administration does. And so it's difficult sometimes for the lay board to, really even know, is policy and practice aligned? And so that's why the policy consultant from TASB spent 2 full days with the administration going through that part of the manual, and then spent some time with the board as well going through the pieces that directly affect the board. But there's absolutely space, I think, for us to take deep dives into particular policies. I'm just not sure how we would manage going through every single policy that's in the manual that way.
I think I see where you're going with that. Also understand TASB's way of handling it. I would say that based on conversations at the legislative level, we're hearing lawmakers say that our community, our parents, are asking questions about how long can board members wait before they hear a grievance process. Now, we all know as a board, and I was talking to lawmakers, the things that we do, we know what we're doing, but is there clarity? I think those are good questions. I think our community needs certain clarity of things. And the best way I could think of to ask questions or to know what is a deep dive is as we go through it. So when those items come up, to say, I have a question here, I have a question here. We started that with TASB when they came and did their presentation, and I had questions at that time where I said I really wanted to expand on those. And then I went so far as to actually reach out and say, okay, here are all the items that I would like to know more about. But it's not just about me, and I know that. I don't want to waste board time. If the board doesn't think that's an issue, we should, I mean, we work as a committee, a board, a team of 7, team of 8, and we all kind of use our voice collectively together. So it's not one trustee who says, well, I want to spend all night on this subject. And so I'm trying to figure out how we get that information to the committee as a board so that then the committee can go, no, we agree, this is something we did want to further go into, and let's have a workshop on it or whatever. I'd like to figure out, can we empower the committee who is spending tons of time to help give us, I guess, more guidance as a board of, well, I looked at that, and you know what, CW naming, that's just something that we're just not feeling a whole lot right now. There's a whole lot of pieces to it. But man, that school of choice, I feel that policy needs to get right there on that. Or, you know, that form for parents, I think we do need to talk about what that looks like for them so parents understand that process and they can feel a part of it. I would kind of like to see some empowerment in the committee to be able to do that, because I think otherwise board members, we could spend a considerable amount of time going through all the questions, and I want us to be able to go through that. And I'm sorry, when I'm looking at the letter tonight, it doesn't give me clarity. So I'd like to see maybe what can we do to empower the committee to maybe broaden that scope a bit, to at least tell us these are the items that we have, or this is a thought we think we can work on, and these are the ones that we think is a good workshop. Let's go there. And we can continue to talk. I think for 8 months, we've been saying intermittently through meetings, let's look at that policy. Let's look at that policy. I can go back through all the meetings and go find all those again, but I'm sure somebody somewhere took notes when we said that.
So again, I'd encourage you to read the board letter tomorrow, because it covers a lot of that. And the board memo in particular talks about the work that the committee is going to be having upcoming. And in fact, it talks about some of the priorities. Another example is CFC, dealing with audit. We know that that is an upcoming time-sensitive issue, and that's something that the committee is going to give priority to. Sade and I have already had some discussions about that, so that we can make sure that we have meetings on the book over the next 2 months to ensure that that work can get done in a timely manner with the appropriate board feedback, so that it is all in place by the time we enter into our next audit season.
I wonder, Sean, after we see what you send to us tomorrow and we see what the priorities are, if there's anything that sort of bubbles up to the top of things that we've heard in board meetings in the last 6 to 8 months, like Trish was saying, I mean, it would make sense for us to just, email you and the committee members and say, hey, could you take a look at this, or what do you think about this? And see if there's anything that maybe is, more current, maybe that wasn't 6 or 8 months ago, but is kind of now, and that you guys can say, oh yeah, we can look at that, or that might be something we stick on the list for a workshop. I think that just makes sense.
Yes, I do think that makes sense. You can submit those to us. I will be cautious about responding individually to you, just to ensure that I'm not a conduit for a walking quorum.
I think it would be out of order for me to talk about the next agenda or the letters, because that's not on our agenda. But I am looking at the letters, and it does not answer the questions I'm asking you tonight. So we might need to have an offline question, because I am reading them.
Fair enough.
So I guess what I'm understanding, so schools of choice, I'm going to keep talking about that. If we want a local policy on that, I'll submit it to my committee people. And I think we've pretty much talked that a ton of in the board meeting, where I will request an agenda item. And then I'm assuming from there, you guys can do your own thing. Is that okay?
I think so long as the committee has a direction on what it is you want to do with school of choice, that's what I think the direction that the committee would need. Otherwise, we're just shooting in the dark.
No,
really.
that's okay. So that's just so, because there's certain things, right? I don't want to go through everything, but there's certain things that local policy that pertains to some of the stuff we're doing now. And so I just want to make sure I'll submit it to the committee people. But if it's a big enough one like schools of choice, where we've talked about as a board wanting more information and clarification, then I will request an agenda topic. And I guess when we do that, maybe when we're either before we do the agenda topic. Maybe we talk about this is policy, so you guys know this is the discussion we're having, and so that way you have recollection of what's being said.
I'm not
the
sure
other
I'm
thing,
following on that.
So, for instance, I want schools of choice, right? That's something I've been talking about, that local policy, forever. And so I'm okay with the committee doing the work, but in that particular topic, we as a board have said numerous times we want more information. I know just the couple of conversations we've had, we haven't got a clear direction. As a district, we haven't even defined what is a school of choice or a school of program. So what I'm asking Sean and them to do, without having to, make the committee meet nonstop, is on a topic like that where we have discussed as a board openly, we want more information, I will request it as an agenda topic. So when I do that, I would like the policy committee aware, hey, here's a topic we'd like to consider for local policy. Make sure you're making aware of it so that discussion's being said, and we can kind of possibly, I don't know how that looks policy-wise, if you want to help guide us, if we bring examples or something, but I guess what I'm trying to do is have that open conversation with the board, but that way we empower the committee people to take what we said in that board meeting in regards, I'm just using schools of choice, and then have them go work on it, and then start y'all work on it, you come up with a local policy, bring it back to the board. I'm not looking for a whole nother meeting, but just giving us an update.
I think we're following each other. I think that what we would need to know is, what does the board actually want to happen? What is your vision for what that looks like? And so I don't think that I, as general counsel, I'm your best resource for that. That might be somebody from teaching and learning, or I don't know. But so, I agree. And signaling that you want policy on that, that's great. But then for the committee to be able to do any fruitful work, we would need to know then, how do you want to define it? What is it that you want done? Because that's something that as a committee, we're rudderless unless we know really what the will of the board is on that front.
And see, I think it'll be kind of a joint effort, I feel like, but I think from what I'm looking for, because even as a board, we're not for sure what we want, and so I want that discussion to be had, but at the same time, being able to have that discussion, and y'all take that back with the direction of what we're looking for.
Certainly.
I'm pondering this. I feel like a bit of Groundhog Day, because we did this discussion with TASB already, although I think maybe they had a different thought in mind as we had the discussions. I'll pull counseling just because it's open right now, but there's tons of them we can talk about it. But counseling was one of those where we said, how does our counseling look now? We have mental health needs, we have that we want to address, we have recommendations from SHAC, we have counseling that is academics, we have counseling, and so we've talked about that. So are you saying that we would go through these items just hodgepodge as they're coming up on agenda items and then add them? Or is it every agenda item, every time we do a review, then we're going to just talk about that section and we add it then during policy? Like what's our format, other than waiting for either it to automatically be an agenda item, which is like school of choice. Right now with discussion of bond and long-range plan, I can guarantee that discussion is going to come up. But counseling, maybe once a year is when it's coming up, or twice a year. So how do we then talk about that and have that board vision?
To me, it sounds like kind of what Christine was just saying, where if we all as a board want to go through and just look through the policies, make a list of the ones that we have questions about. If there are questions that can be answered quickly, we can do that here. If there is a need for a more in-depth conversation, that item could be moved over into a workshop format.
Can administration make up some type of form or something where we can submit our questions then? Is that, and that way then policy knows these are the pieces?
So I guess here's my question, and to make sure that the policy committee isn't just frustrating you further. If you just have a question about how the policy works, I'm not sure that either the committee or myself are the best option. I mean, most of the time, your questions that you have are going to be about specifically how does this work in the district, and that's going to be some type of staff representative. So we might have to put some thought into how that is most efficient. Now, there's another overarching question of how much detail is reasonable and really effective to have in your policy. There's, again, as you'll note, the theme here, the TASB has moved towards a leaner policy manual approach, and that they believe a lot more that should be in regulation and student handbook, employee handbook. So that, and we fully agree, and the committee has talked about, we need to have a centralized place for those regulations to be found. In fact, your policy calls for that. And that's a body of work that needs to be done. I guess the real question too is what is it that you want to be done? I mean, if you have a question about counseling, I mean, we can talk about that is a good time to say, well, what does the policy say? When you're asking about how counseling is done, what does the policy say? I mean, if we think it's not lined up, then that's something we can address. Just because we're finishing up comprehensive policy review doesn't mean that we're not continuously engaged in the policy process. I mean, that is the work of the board. And so I don't think that there's any reason you couldn't bring those types of questions up at that time. Now, if you're talking about going through this systematically, code by code, that's a very different process, and we would have to think about that. And I think you'd want to sit down and decide what is your highest priority, what's most important to you. But we probably have to calendar out then over the next few years, because if you want to do that on every single policy, that'll take a significant amount of time with the full board.
Can we do this on our next agenda meeting? On our next meeting, I see that we have agendas set up for specific items. Would it be possible to add an agenda item to specifically be able to talk to the committee on their process? Because I do have questions about the scope and the direction, and I want to ask them more questions about that and understand more about why. I'd like to have more discussion. I just don't think tonight's it. I'm not prepared for that. I don't know if the committee's prepared to understand why you know, I get TASB wants to move more to a regulation. I'd like to understand more of it, because not all districts are doing that. And legislation and legislators seem to be sending some different signals. And just make sure we're kind of all aligned on, as a trustee, what we see as a body, because it is our policy. And so I just would like to have a discussion at our next meeting, and maybe we can talk through some of those pieces.
And that's perfectly appropriate. And yes, different districts do policy different way. It's your policy. It's not my policy. So, I mean, you as a board, as a corporate body, need to decide, what do you want it to look like? And if you want a lot more of that detail in the policy manual rather than elsewhere, that is your prerogative.
Well, and we might not want the detail. Again, I'd like to have that discussion. We might want more direction. I would like to be able to have a better discussion with the committee. And maybe at our next meeting then, we could talk about then what does that process look like? Do we want the deep dive, or how would that look like? Let's all get some time to think about it. Board members, is there more than one okay to have this on the agenda? Because I made it, but I need to see head nods if there's more than one. Okay. All right.
I just have a comment. Sean and committee members, I'll be sending over the updated board operating procedures so y'all can see what is aligned in policy and what needs to be updated. There's just a couple things like our reimbursement stuff, nothing major, just minor.
Yes, ma'am. That's already been submitted to your board council for that review, so that's already in process.
Any other questions? All right, board learning update is our next agenda item. All right, board members, I know we talked about the events you're at. Do y'all want to share any wonderings or thoughts? Or
Let me go first. Okay. So I'll just share a couple of them that I attended. So the one about student safety was really interesting. As we know, the legislative session is going on now, and they've made some changes regarding security to our facilities, and we've talked about that a little bit. But it was a very interesting way that they started off the conversation, was the difference between safety and security, and what it made you think of safety versus security, and is it different, and how is it different? And it was really, they had us all thinking, and they had us with sticky notes, and what does it mean to you? And it was really an interesting process to kind of think of it that way. They did have a student panel in there as well. It was the second day, and talked about, one of the things that they mentioned was the difference between safety and well-being was the social emotional learning, the culture of being able to speak your mind safely, And if a student feels safe, they're able to learn. And then they also talked about, children raised in a chaotic environment, constantly in fight or flight, that their brains develop differently. And I found that really, really interesting, is that, we talk a lot about, teach my kid math and English and history and nothing else. Well, it doesn't work that way. And one of the things that the students said was that when a teacher sees them and they know that they're not having a good day, and they know they're not having a good day, and it's that, hey, is everything all right? Just asking a simple question, or how are you feeling today? Or how is your day going? That those are the kind of things that they appreciated, that their teachers noticed, their coaches noticed, the staff members noticed. There was a young man who has to walk through a metal detector every single day, and it takes him an extra 45 minutes just to get into the building. And so talking about that, and it's that automatic feeling of they think I'm going to do something wrong, and it's just walking into the building. It's that feeling of they don't trust me, and that it added all that time to his day. And so that was a really interesting take. And then, how do our policies, now that we just talked about policy, how do our policies make students feel? Do they feel, are they living in fear? Things like that. So it was a really interesting discussion. It was a safe space. A lot of us shared some things that, we talked about, active shooter drills and all of those things. And it was some hard conversations, but it was really good. The other thing that stuck out to me, we did talk about, another one that I attended was called crisis management. And it was all about information and how information is shared with our families in a situation. And that we have to be nimble. And some of the things that asking targeted questions, what do we know? How do we know it? What can we share? Because we know sometimes law enforcement is involved and we can't share everything right away. Next time, what can we do better, and are additional resources needed? So as a board, if something happens, what additional resources are needed? And then carefully navigating the in-moment situations, listening first, relaying information, display empathy, stick to the facts, and then follow up appropriately. I thought that was really interesting as well. And then finally, I'll just share one last little piece I kind of mentioned on it earlier, was that her name is Abigail, and she's an 8th grader, and she presented about her autism. It was really, really interesting to learn, to listen from a student perspective on how, first of all, how to speak about autistics, and that's what she called them, was autistics, and that's the way that was the appropriate term, and talked about symbols and how some symbols are outdated, and that some organizations might be outdated, and what she thought was the appropriate way to speak about autistics, and that's the way she gave some really interesting graphics about a person with autism is sort of like somebody that has a bow tie. That's not, it's who they are, it's not an accessory. And so I found it very interesting as a parent with a late diagnosed autistic. So my kiddo was 15 when she was diagnosed, and so it was a very interesting perspective. And I really learned a lot from her, and reached out afterwards to the principal and her parents, and they were kind enough to share her presentation with me. So I'll make sure that gets to Cindy so she can share it out to everyone. So anyway, governance camp was awesome.
This was my 2nd year attending governance camp. Love it, love it, love it. I don't like the sea. I don't like the coast though, y'all. Sorry. So I tried to focus on sessions that are kind of what we're going through right now, I think y'all, without saying it. And one in particular I went to was my hometown, Aransas County ISD, which is Rockport Fulton ISD now. And I can tell y'all, when I was there, my grandparents went to the same high school and the same elementary, and it took Harvey to happen to finally get new facilities. And so knowing the population of Rockport, it's majority of the population there is 65 and older, 67% economically disadvantaged. The average age is 50 years old. It is a service town, coastal tourist town. But what I loved about it in particular is the way they got to speak to their community. And what I loved about it is the trustees were part of the process, the administration was part of the process. And it really took for them to get out there and talk to their community. And by that, they had individuals who were against building facilities for a long time. And so what they did was they opened up their schools to spring open houses. And what the spring open houses were, it gave everyone in the community, not just parents, community members, chamber members, anybody who wanted to come. The superintendent was there, 3 trustees because, quorum. The principal was there, some teachers, and they got to give them this is where our kids are going to school. This is where our kids eat. This is the library. This is the same seat that your grandfather sat in. But that was the connection. A lot of these individuals who didn't understand the benefit of building new facilities for these students, because this area has grown tremendously. I know when I was there was 10,000, now they're at 30,000. And so to see this community truly get behind the school district and to really the school district to open up the facilities so parents and community members can see where their students are learning, how old those facilities are, really opened, but also opened that line of communication to those in the community. And then they also did another presentation on basically branding your district. And what I loved about that is the little things that matter. And just to making sure you're visible online. And we have a really good communications department for that. But there was things like, for instance, their HR recruitment, Carrie Lynn, they had the amazing, cutest little business cards, but they felt so good. And they talked about this, how people were like, oh, you're the people with the feel good cards. I want to come talk to you. But also just really making sure that their brand's there. So it made me start thinking, what is the Leander ISD brand? What is our symbol? How do people know us? So that's a whole conversation I'm trying to fully understand. And how are we branding ourselves? Do people know us? Because we are a big district. There's Austin, Cedar Park, Leander. And when people assume Leander ISD, they think Leander, Texas. But in reality, we're a lot bigger. And the other session I went with Paul on this one, was Build Back Never was the thing, realizing the vast cost differences between building new and maintaining existing facilities. This is like a new topic right now in Texas, is renovating existing facilities. We are not the only district finding ourselves in this situation. And it was really interesting to see the rural districts and also our big districts trying to understand, because we're a fast growth district, and I think Paul and I were, maybe 2 other people were the only fast growth districts in there. And it's just interesting to see their dilemmas versus ours and trying to explain to them, hey, we're so big, but in reality, we've got certain challenges. And I wanted more answers, but he couldn't tell me, hey, this, renovating a facility is going to be great. It's going to be awesome, because it's really a new idea that Texas schools are trying to embrace and embark, because we're in a weird situation right now. It was great. I feel like I walked away with a lot of information. I know with that one in particular, I've got more questions I want to bring back to Jimmy and Bruce, but I had a great time. I thought it was really perfect timing for everything going on in the district, and we were able to learn from other trustees to truly figure out what works best and what doesn't work best. So I had a great time. Oh, and the autism thing, I just have to say this. Y'all, it was amazing because she, just so y'all know, she talked about this Arthur PBS episode that aired in 2019, if anyone's aware of it. But when my son was diagnosed, that episode came out a week later, and I can tell you that is the best episode ever to help educate children on what autism really is.
One of the first sessions that I went to was the legal update. And yeah, I know, shocking. There was so much to cover that we didn't actually get through all of the slides. There is just so much going on. There's so much coming with the legislature that, we covered censure, there was electronic harassment, changes to public comment, grievances, and keeping them timely. I'm not going to go into a lot of this because I'm not an attorney, but class rank is a really big deal right now. There is a ton of disputes over class rank and cheerleaders. That's really big right now. Yes. Violations of student discipline and parental rights as far as cheerleaders go. Filing with the commissioner and jurisdictional issues is just off the charts right now. Parental rights is a really big one. One of the proposed legislations would like to allow parents to be able to appeal to TEA after a level 1, which not very many people were excited about, but that's pending right now. Instructional materials, book challenges, it's all just so big right now. There are so many things that are coming at districts. The other session that I went to was a suicide awareness session. And this session was completely run by students. It was the Teague High School Student Council. And it was a very, very hard session to get through. They were very honest. They were very blunt in their presentation of the material. But they talked about things that they are doing on their campus. I know one of the things that came up at the Vandergrift session that I went to was the students don't always know what the counselors are for, what resources they have available. They have the QR codes up on the walls with the 988 number for mental health assistance, but they're little. So not everybody knows what they're for, not everybody knows to look for them. Teague has huge numbers. Like the photo I have, the 988 number was the same height as the counselors, just on the wall in the high school. They have a You Matter wall, and it says just You Matter on it, and there's Post-its of inspirational sayings and encouragement, and you can leave a thought if you want to leave a thought. You can take a thought if you're needing some encouragement for the day. It's not a big deal. The kids can just do it as they pass by. They gave us a letter. They have an anonymous drop box in the counselor's office. I am not going to read this because I will absolutely not get through it. But the kids leave letters in the counselor's boxes with what they're going through, what they need, so that the counselors know this is where our kids are at, and this is what they need help with. So where are we? What more can we be doing? But the most powerful for me was when we had a chance to ask questions as trustees at the end of this session. I know one of the questions that I asked them was, you know, one thing that I hear a lot in our district and in other districts, you know, maybe don't give kids so much information because it might give them ideas, or check first. And, you know, there's been some pushback to the mental health provisions in school districts. And they were very, very blunt with that they want the information because they're experiencing this. It's not too much for them because it's happening to them. And they did all the work for this presentation. It was teacher sponsored, but they did all of this. They found the resources, they found the shows, they found everything. And another trustee, and this is going to circle back to some of Christine's comments earlier, another trustee asked, you know, in the context of we as trustees, you know, we tend to concentrate on academia and grades and testing and all of these things that we have to keep up with from a governance perspective. So what can we be doing? What else, from your student perspective, what do you need? And I'm going to try to paraphrase her answer. I'm not going to get it perfect, but she said, you know, academia is great. It's why we're all here. But I'm not going to learn if I'm not functioning. My teacher's asking me, am I okay? My teacher's forming those connections. It means something. People asking, what can we do to help you? What do you need? Just those small, tiny questions in their day shows that she was saying that it shows me that they care. It makes me feel seen and heard and that I matter. And all of that is going to help me learn. Because if I don't feel like I matter or that I belong, I'm not going to get any of that learning because I can't. And it was an absolutely incredible presentation. And I'm so impressed with the work that these kids are doing because they're going above and beyond. They're forming their own peer groups, which they said is one of the main things that's helping them right now. You know, again, like the Vandergrift, they're using their advisory time to talk about their mental health, which is incredible. Because, you know, in the presentation, the number one stressor for teens in the research that they did, by and large, was school and grades. So these peer groups being available to them and all of these extra resources being available to them in their schools helps immensely. And if I can get my hands on the presentation, I would love to share it with y'all because it was absolutely incredible.
It was my first time going to governance camp, so I had no real expectations about what it was going to be. TASB did a wonderful job, coordinated us day after day, hour after hour. I give them great credit for putting on such an event with so many. I think there was over 500 people from across the state. That is a lot of people to coordinate. And then to go into breakout rooms, having a few minutes in between each, and then going to another room and making friends along the way. It was quite an experience for myself to meet so many people from different backgrounds. As Anna said, big districts, small districts. And you know, one of the things that I went into was the career and technical meeting, and I thought it was a really informative meeting where they really talked about getting kids ready for the next step. And this sort of tied into what I had to be on Saturday, which was the objective for what comes next for the student outcomes. And it was a wonderful tie-in that I thought there were so many meetings that we went to at the governance camp that how to say it exactly, just wonderfully tied in from one to the next. Yeah, sometimes I'd go into the rooms and not really knowing who was really going to be there and do the presentation, and they did a wonderful job. When they had the kids on the second day, I went into, yeah, it was great. The one that I went to for last was very memorable. There was a teacher that wanted to teach the students to be teachers, and so they developed basically a K-3 program at their high school, and it was really neat. The girls were in there. It was mostly just girls they had, and they just went over the program, and it was interesting. One of them had been a student previous years, and they had come back to help the teacher because the program had been so successful, and it was just great. I mean, for the first time I experienced something like that. I'd never gone to a camp like that. It was interesting. I'm thinking camp. I'm not sure what to expect, but they did a really nice job, and I was grateful to be there.
Well, thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for sharing. As you're talking, reminds me of what we were just talking about earlier with the counseling policy. That's 2011. And I'm thinking about all the different things we're seeing that's going on with mental health needs. We keep hearing about trauma-informed care, trauma training for our teachers, because there's a lot going on in the classroom. And as I'm thinking about that policy, I'm like, well, I wonder if that change in 2011, was that just seeing alignment, or did we do a deep dive? And so I'm thinking about all these things this week. And thank y'all for bringing this thoughts of like what our kids need, for spending time. That's a lot of time. Y'all went on a weekend. Y'all, thank y'all. Thank y'all so much for doing that training. I'll mention one of my learnings in a webinar, and it'll be a much shorter update because it wasn't a weekend, it was a webinar. It was the Charles Butt survey that they did for Texas Attitudes of Public Education. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things that I think piggyback on some of the things that y'all were talking about in your learning. One of them was talking about some of the biggest problems that that parents or Texans were feeling were happening to kiddos in classrooms. And 74% of Texans in the survey said they're concerned about the cyberbullying that students are facing. 68% were concerned about physical bullying. Other risk factors include students being discriminated against based on their learning abilities, which makes me think of what you were just talking about with your autistic student example and counselors, kiddos going to need help. And so I think we're seeing that in a poll. So it's interesting for you all to talk about. I'm like, oh yeah, I was in a webinar and they were saying some pretty much similar things. One of the things that I thought was really interesting is they were discussing in the survey that most Texans are not engaged with their local schools. And so they asked them, what are things you go to? So some of them go to like football games, or some of them will go to theaters. But there are so many different things that actually went really low. So the most common activity was still rated very low, and then it progressed even less involvement from there. Football game was up there. Remember, that's still low though. Donating money or supplies, but then volunteering at events, joining your PTA. Mentoring a student was low. And so that just made me think about kind of, as we're discussing as a board and we talk about our community engagement piece, how do we invite, let our community know of different opportunities? I know when we're doing our remarks, we're talking about all the great theater and band and academic events, science fair and things going on, but I just thought maybe we can consider or continue to noodle on that. Is there a way to help let our community get a better idea of all the great stuff that's going on in our campuses? And then also, there was a survey that said average starting salary at $51,000 was for teacher salary, and then they asked for a survey of, do you think that's right? What was really interesting is about 50% of the respondents thought that was about right for your average starting salary. But then they said versus a teacher with 10-year experience, they then showed that salary, and only 16% thought that was about right. 80% thought it was too low. So you see, in the poll anyway, there was some discussion on how do you do that tenured or long-term type of pay for teachers. And of course, then I immediately send Pete more questions. So anyhow, those are just some of the learnings I had on the webinar, and I sent off the notes so y'all have those for further reference. All right, we will go ahead and conclude this agenda item and move on next to operations. C1, discuss sped stipend and supplemental pay.
All right, good evening again. We have the much anticipated proposed SPED stipends, both new and revised. And we will just jump right in. This has been very much a collaboration between the Teaching and Learning and Kimberly Waltman in the Special Education Department to come up with this recommendation. So here we are today, reading this chart from left to right. We have the 2022-23 stipends that we currently pay to self-contained of $2,000 and Vision $2,700. So moving to the right, the proposed 23-24, we would increase those self-contained stipends to $5,000 and add stipends for behavior teachers of $3,000 and general sped teachers $2,500. And you can see the change there, the total cost for those changes, and then finally the total increase. This is a budget add of $1.845 million for the total budget of stipends of $2.26 because we already had some stipends that will continue into the next budget. The budget impact was the 1.8. You do see the position titles impacted in that lower left corner. We identified who falls under self-contained, SPED behavior, SPED general, and SPED vision. So you can see everyone who would be eligible for these stipends going into the 23-24 school year. And the why. So we know that SPED is very much a shortage area. We're all competing for quality special education teachers, and we see that other districts are responding to that shortage area. So this is the current market for 22-23. Anything highlighted is higher than our current stipends. So you can see that Austin, Eanes, Liberty Hill in some areas, Pflugerville and Round Rock all have stipends in place that are higher than our current stipends. With the proposed 23-24 stipends, most of that yellow is removed. We have a couple of areas with Pflugerville, but it's to be noted, and we noted it down there in the bottom right hand of the chart, that Pflugerville only has 3 classes that they provide that $7,000 stipend to. They have one at elementary, one at middle school, and one at high school. So we're talking 3 staff. It's a little easier to provide those very large stipends when you have very few employees. And then Round Rock has a combo behavior stipend. Elementary is $2,000 and secondary is $3,000. So you can see this puts us in a very good market position to be competitive for these proposed stipend increases. Now, I'm sure you are aware, we're hearing words from other districts that they are planning to do other stipend changes as well. And nothing has been approved yet with any districts. We know other districts are going to be coming out with their compensation plans over the next couple of months. We will be watching those very carefully. And if we feel like that this does not keep us in a competitive market, we may come back to you at some point in the future to review any additional recommendations. So in addition to that, the board approved sign-on incentives back when these special education incentives were approved in January. And so we want to continue these sign-on incentives into the next year. So you can see the market for those. We have a couple of districts who have come on board with those sign-on incentives, but we feel like the $1,000 for the education, the teachers, and then the $500 for the educational assistants is competitive at this point in the market and will get us some candidates' attention. So we feel like that's the right recommendation for now. And then you put it all together, and again, because some of these things are in current budget, they're just, they're not a new add to the budget, so we come to you with the 1.845 recommendation for the 23-24 proposed special education stipend and sign-on incentives.
I have some questions.
Board members, questions? I do too. You go first.
I have 2. One of them is, have we considered any additional stipends for LSSPs, considering they're very hard to find, and you're seeing districts in the state kind of up their stipend? I'm just curious, is that something possibly maybe we look at, because I know they're hard to find.
Absolutely, and you'll see on this first slide, they are included under SPED General. They're way down there at the bottom in the parens. To be included are DIAGs, LSSPs, OTs, PTs, and SLPs. So they will receive the $2,500 stipend under this plan.
But is there anything else, possibly in the future to look at raising that? Because I know, some districts are offering some crazy amounts because LSSPs are hard to get, especially bilingual LSSPs. And so I know with our evaluations going up, I'm just trying to figure out if that's something possibly we can kind of look at and just kind of make note.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can always look at, and like I said, districts are going to be coming out with their plans in the next couple of months between now and May, as we are, and so we'll be watching very closely what they're doing in the area of these stipends especially.
Okay, thanks.
Can you move to the next slide, the one with the sign-ons? Or whichever one. Yeah, that one, the previous one.
Previous.
Oh, or maybe it was the next one. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry. The sign-on.
This one.
I think I was looking at it in terms of the whole budget, but this is good enough. So, yes, I do see it. I'm sorry. Yes, it's right there. I was wondering, when you mentioned that keeping it at 1,000 for the SPED teachers and 500 for the SPED IAs, is there, I know that for the one time this year we did 1,500 and 750. Can we look at doing something similar? And I think the impact is an additional 25,000.
Yeah, so we will continue to look at any additional incentives as we get more information for the budget, and Pete can certainly talk more about that. But definitely that will always be on our radar. Are there additional incentives that we can bring forward within the budget to continue to retain these teachers and assistants?
One thing I'd like to see as y'all continue to bring these forwards is one, absolutely, thank y'all for bringing this forward for our SPED staff and teachers. It means so much. And we've talked about that will be early release positions. This is important that y'all bring it to us because it's the timing. there's also this part that I'm struggling with where I want to do this, and I will be. I mean, I support this. I also do question, though, when we have 88% of our M&O budget going to payroll and benefits, how do we balance all the needs we know we have in our system? So definitely want to take care of our SPED, but we also have counselors and auxiliary, and we have, nurses, and we have our teachers and IAs, and so there is a huge amount of need we have in our campus. Obviously, we've heard it, whether it's in surveys or walking around, we know that there's a need, but at 88% with, by the way, if anybody was wondering, 4% of that, 0.4%, so it's less than 1% is central administration. There's a lot that we balance when we're talking about this that'll impact those numbers. I'm hoping the legislature really does come through for our teachers, for our district, for our students on that. But as we continue to talk about these, I'd like to know kind of how that changes our percentages of where we're at, because as we have payroll grow bigger and bigger in M&O, it makes it harder than to come in sometimes and add some of these stipends when we see them. And at 88%, I mean, I think 2 years ago, payroll and benefits was hitting around 84.
84.
Right. So that's important, because if you keep that at a better percentage, it gives you the ability to offer more sign-on bonuses when you need to.
Absolutely.
I had one more question. I noticed on the slide it says ARD specialists. Is there a reason why we didn't do behavior specialists, so incident specialists? What's the difference between the two? Or is behavior specialist also included in this stipend?
I'm going to phone a friend.
Sorry. I'm just looking for the difference, because you pull up the chart and you've got intervention specialists, so incident specialists, behavior specialists.
So currently, this stipend plan is focusing on our campus staff that is working directly with our students. We felt it was very important to fill our teachers and our itinerant staff that are doing the evaluations and serving our students every day. We have to take a pause when it comes to giving an incentive to district employees.
That answers my question.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Are we ready? I move the board accept the recommendation to increase the LISD special education stipend and supplement pay effective with the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
A motion from Anna, second from Christine. Are there any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion carries. Thank you so much. It's awesome. Love the work, board members. All right. So now it is, don't close your computer. Before we move to our next agenda item, I will point out the board meeting debrief, item number 11. If you will open that up, you can fill out information in there on it's kind of our way as a board to get feedback from you. The feedback doesn't come to me, it goes to Cindy, goes in anonymous, but it's one thing that we can do to one thing we need to keep doing, one thing we didn't do enough, what can we do to be more effective? Again, this is, did you have the needs? Did you have what you needed to be effective for this meeting? All right, we'll go into, at 9:35, we're going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, termination, employment, reassignment, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. There will be no action in closed. We will come out in open for action. Thank you.
was like, I thought it was a computer going. I think I didn't need it down though. Check, check, check. Test 2, check. Works now. So, when I restarted that receiver, it's got 3 settings for output, low, medium, and high. I don't know what it was set on, but I put it on high right now, and it's got a good signal. Still sounds kind of thin and weak. I'm not sure why or what the hell, but at least we're getting signal. I don't think anybody's been messing with it. I don't have anything unusual going on. The gate's off, the compressor's pretty mild, EQ's about normal. I turned up the gain a little bit just to get a healthy signal. I don't know, see a good signal.
All right, board members, it is 10:13. We are back in open session. Are there any motions from closed session?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2023-2024 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contracts for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-2023 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Francesca, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries, and 1 absent. All right. Thank you, board members, very much for a productive board meeting. Love seeing our students, love all the work we do. We'll see each other later in March after spring break. Have a wonderful spring break. It is 10:14. There are no other items in front of us, so if there's no objection, we will adjourn. Thank you.